I'm gonna have beef. This dang thing does not actually show up. Come on. There we go. Thank you. That's all you had to do. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Cool, cool. Ah. Let's go here. There's no fucking. Can I even find? No, 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 no. Let's try one more thing. Because I'm trying to find out. There we go. Man, this first beginning bit of this dang on stream is gonna look weird because I'm trying to. There we go. Alrighty, alrighty. And so we begin. Oh man, this has been a long time coming, but fuck it. Every once in a while, an old man has to yell at the clouds. Everybody get music. Alrighty here. Just going over here to make sure everything looks aight. Yep, I knew I was gonna have to redo that. Yeah, that way. And I'll get started with that in time. Go over here, take a quick check. Alright. Alrighty, alrighty. It looks like everything is good to go. And on that note, and that little bit of voice inception while I was over here checking things out, time to play a little Palworld here. I was gonna start a brand new world just for this stream only, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little addicted to my first playthrough, and I'm trying to max the level and see if I can get these dang bases a little more efficient before I start over to a new game. And I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna suck going from a game where I just have a ton of resources because I've been playing the hell out of it to nothing. But hello everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Mike. I'm just a brand new indie writer. Been writing a while under a previous name and even doing a little streaming under a previous name, but I just felt like a change after doing a hell of a lot of extra crap. So here we are, back in my world. Let's see what is going on. Oh my, this is confusing actually. Very confusing. Okay, let me move my avatar over here. Let me go to my actual stream to questionably. Oh no, it is actually like that on stream too, motherfucker. Alrighty, why are you like this? Who hurt you, Palworld? Why must you be so difficult today? Alright, so let's go ahead over here and make sure my dang on game is capturing right. Yep. is going to be. You're going to be difficult today, Palworld. Are you? Why must you do this to me? Why must you hurt me? What did I do to you? What did I do? So let's see here. Go over here. Let's try full screen capture rather than just a specific window. Hit OK. It is capturing, but it is not showing. What is... Have I broken Palworld? What is this madness? Oh, okay. I am so utterly fucking confused here. Why is it like this? Who hurt you, Palworld? Why must you be this way? Fine, I will just do this. Since I will have that, we will do a window capture. Specifically for you, Palworld, because you're there we go. Okay. The amount of extra crap I had to go through just to capture a window. Thanks, Palworld. Thank you. You're a buddy. You're a pal. All right, now that's said, done, and over with, and it is clearly playing on stream. Now I can go back to the points I was making. They weren't great points, but fuck it. Here we are. So welcome to Damn on Stream. I'm just trying to finish maxing out one of my first characters now that 1.0 has come out. So I had so much extra stuff that I've just been kind of just trying to get a little feel of it before I do a fresh start again for anyone who's just stumbling into the madness that is my streams. But yeah, welcome. Name's Mike. Indie author trying to just spend his extra time doing something fun and a little more productive rather than just freaking going about things a little bit lame. So let's see here. We got our pals over here slaving away on our AI course because I'm trying to get this damn advanced workshop and so on and so forth. And this game is, boy, does it love to just throw new and fun things at me when it comes to just base management and crap like that. But I'm kind of getting how I'm having to do things now in 1.0 to get a little bit more efficiency. I mean, to be fair, I wasn't that damn efficient before 1.0, but whatever, who gives a shit. And also forgive the man and his dark tone. It's 8 in the morning and finally just shook off some jet lag after 3 days of just struggling. And now that I got this shaken off, I'm trying to get a normal schedule going here and try to just do some insanity. So let me get the fuck out of this damn base and actually do some stupidity. I only got 4 levels until good old max level, so let's see if I can power level through these levels real quick. And do a few extra things. Take my ass on up here. But to be honest, I might just start to play through just because, like, I can probably just get a couple of more captures and finish this one off. Oh, you little bitch. I don't know how many times I've done that and had it work, but, when I go live, of course it doesn't want to fucking lurk. That had just been too interesting. Oh, there we go. Oh, you little shit. Fine then, I'll do it the lazy way. Come on, ass to God. We're gonna put some ass to grass somewhere in this damn world and see if I can capture me some more pals. How bold and how stupid do I feel? You know what? Mama didn't raise no quitter. Time to be stupid. Alright. Now, to be honest, the entire time here, I have been trying to power level to Jet Dragon. And before 1.0 popped, I was almost power level to the right level to just run through Jet Dragon, and they fucking reset the damn level cap. Of course he had to go up a level. Of course he gets a spicy new area of awesome. Like, look at this. This fucking Pandora over here mixed with a little bit of POW goodness. I can respect that. I can respect that. And there's no way I'm gonna get up there on this first go, am I? Dragon Mark Peak, ba-doop, ba-doo, doo. I swear there was a fast travel here. Boop, ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. I will say this, as I've been playing through 1.0, I actually do respect that they've rebalanced some of the fast travel areas and also added in some actual fast travel locations that expose the map, seeing how that they actually have a more integrated way of leveling up in terms of things. Like, clearly before 1.0, the best thing to do was just fucking flat out catch pals over and over again. You could stack 12 of them. Once you got the 12, you got an extra EXP boost, similar to the EXP boost when you first kind of start things up. But I have not yet seen how it goes in terms of progression, because like I had a weird way of playing this game to begin with. I just kind of brute force shit until I got what I want, because while I do love me a good base building game, I came into this for the sheer factor of the type of game I have been denied in terms of a specific fandom, as we get into. Because I had this fucking rant on the first time I streamed this on the other account. It was just it's a shame that such little tiny things that a game does from its basically early play stage to 1.0 that shows so much more time and care for what you're actually making than one could say an entire couple of decades of another certain company that tried to sue this fucking game and this company because, lo and behold, the free market happened, bitch. Yes. Were some of these things a little bit similar? A little bit. Not enough to get what you wanted, but hey, I guess it just goes to show when someone's actually inspired by something rather than just flat out ripping it off. It's almost like you can use your creativity to just get things to, what's the word? Be a little bit more original. Once someone points out, like, hey, that's a little too close, buddy. It's like, all right, fine. We'll fix it. We'll be cool. We'll be legit. All right, Jet Dragon. See if I can put ass to grass with Astagon again. Let's go, baby. Astagon, let's put ass to grass, buddy. Alright. Jet Dragon. I'm coming for that ass, boy. Also, dodging is so much better now. The invincible frames that you can get, you can just abuse the shit out of. And they lowered some of the actual fights time limits, because clearly now that there's invincibility frames, kiting has become so much easier for these bosses. But at the same time, damn, man. That last boss I fought, I think it was was it the Faybreaker? I want to say it was the Faybreaker boss I just fought, where it was like 4 minutes to deal as much fucking damage as possible. And the whole challenge of it was the damage to the thing in the time limit rather than me actually doing anything. Where the hell are we? Where are we? Yeah! Come here, you son of a bitch. Jet Dragon. I'm gonna get you, you son of a bitch. Before, we were simply a challenger. And now it's a fight! Ah! Also, Lord, this dash is so clean. Like, ah. Oh, man, I love being able to do that shit now. And the backdash actually helps me keep people in range. I kind of wish we had like, I mean, you know, speaking of robbing Nintendo here, could I got like some Z targeting? Could I got some Z targeting rather than me having to like constantly reorientate this freaking window to fighting things? Like I'm telling I'm gonna get a little taste because I can feel the rumble, but like I'm not getting the kind of like impact that I need to let me know I'm constantly give. Oh, you put Astagon to the grass. Okay, I see. This is the game we're gonna play here. All right, fine. I should have known better. Yormantide, go! Show them what we've got! Ah! You son of a bitch. I am gonna beat yo ass like I'm Zero in Mega Man X in the fucking fight scene! Ah! Okay, I'm gonna fucking end up dying by camera by... Up, 90%, 90%. Show me what you got. 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 Boom, baby! I fucking got him. Let's go. Yeah! Yormantide. 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 Woo! We fucking did it! I just gotta make the saddle, and I have one of the fastest flying mounts in the game. Let's go. Do 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 do. Let's go. Also, I got this is just a weird thing to say. Like on the last one, I kind of made this whole thing. I haven't been a fucking Yormantide. Why do you always get stuck on like little cliffs? It'd be so much cooler if you can just slither over. Like maybe that's a random request because I've noticed this. Maybe I've been paying way too much attention to collision because I've fucking used to want to be a game designer and went to school for the shit and still fuck around in engines. But it's like, would it be like I need to know, like, I know they know it's a problem. Like, say I can give an example. If I put a foundation down the base, it will be like this rock here. Like there'll just be a little bit of extra height, and as you can see, I can't just walk up this height. There isn't like, it's not like a step. Like if you program a step, the intervals will be enough to where you kind of just like, you know, you ascend as you go forward. It acts like an incline, and if you got the right type of animation and walk cycle, you can pretty much put it in like, oh yeah, that's just like we've done stairs for years in 3D. It's not hard. We've done this. It's fucking Mario. But this right here for me, okay, I get me not being able to like walk up a step this big, but if Yormantide, who is kind of floaty to begin with and huge as fuck, can't just like ascend this like it's a stair, it annoys the shit out of me because like I'll get little moments like I had before where I was just caught on a little like rock or something, and or I'll be at the, or my favorite one, I'll be at the edge of the beach, like, you know, like you have a beach and then you go around, you have a little cliff face, and to you, yeah, that's a big ass little cliff face because you know you're regular ass person, but to Yormantide, that's not a cliff face, that's like a cliff like stumble, like a fucking, not even a speed bump in reality. Like I think it'd be an insult to call it a pothole. Like, you know, it's very tiny, very whatever. But for some fucking reason, Yormantide just can't get it. Now, if he's on an incline like this, he can go up this. Like, yeah, all of them can go up this. It's a little steep, but, you know, we can still do it. But how the fuck I can't get him to go up a fucking rock? It's fucking stupid. But whatever. That's like little stuff that you can work out over time. And like I said, there may be an internal balancing reason when it comes to base building. Because if you kind of look at it, it's like, if they could just walk over anything, you could make some really stupid base designs and be extremely efficient. Alright, oh, Yariman, me and you, buddy. I know you can't fit in here, but I'm gonna beat some ass anyway. Let's put boot to ass and try to... You're dead. Anyway. Oh, you poor bastard. Alright, if y'all leave me alone, You don't have to die. It's as simple as that, y'all. I come in here because I'm really curious about this fucking light in here. Like, there was one near Jet Dragon, and I just kind of leave me alone. Oh, but it's a chest. I didn't want a chest. Leave me alone. I'm curious if when it talks about like it says I dropped security, but where did I drop security? Like, I'm curious, like, do I have to like drop all of these and then magically I get like some security drop somewhere? See, disable defense. Oh Lord, hell, oh Lord. Okay, fine. Univolt. Let's do our thing. A little try lightning, bust one on your face. Don't mind me. And now lightning strike, my favorite one. Little shit. Oh, I forgot I can capture your guys' stuff because this is we're just fucking playing by prison rules. Oh, yo shit's mine now, bitch. Why do I have a feeling? Okay, I was about to say I have a feeling I didn't get the POW with that one. I got the person and. Like, people in this game, it's funny that you can capture people and, like, force them to do labor in your camp. It's like the kind of dark humor I fucking love, but at the same damn time, I must be a little bit honest. They're kind of useless, both in base and out. Like, it's much easier for, like, if you're doing speed runs of I saw, like, you know, getting, like, fucking black market in base or stuff like that so you can just keep going. But when it comes to just like accidentally capturing a thug or something, and you're like, oh, well, I don't remember where you came from, but I'll try it out. They're like some of the worst fucking workers. And just anyone, I'm just beating ass and trying to capture as many of these as I can so I can level up and get to 80 so I can get my wings because I really want to try out those damn wings because they look dope as shit. And I'm not gonna lie. When I saw those wings in like the update, I was like, "Yo, bro, I gotta get those." But I knew it was gonna be like an elytra or something like that. For anyone who doesn't know, because I do know there is one person in chat who wouldn't know, an elytra is like a final end type of device in Minecraft where you can just basically kind of run the world and break all sorts of conditions. Uh-oh. Wait, what? No! What is going on here? Okay. Now I'm annoyed. I just realized it's... Why? What is wrong? What? Oh, man. I have been... Oh, my goodness. Well, I did this to myself. I did this myself, didn't I? When I flat out said, oh my god. I do not know what is going on here. But it's actually starting to get a little fucking annoying. At some point, the game just froze, and I've been talking over a frozen screen! Ow! I don't get what is going on here. I have not had this problem any other time streaming this game. Why is game capture not working and why is screen capture not? Okay, well, everyone gets to watch old man do tech support. Great. Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing. So let me do this. Let me turn off all this extra crap. I'll leave my avatar up. All right. Let's try this good old buddy here. I'm going to make a whole new game capture. I'm going to leave it generically named game. Boy, whoo. That was a weird Freudian slip. Alright. I don't care. Okay, let's do that. Boo! Sorry, I'm just Alright, let's try this. Let me try it without. Okay, there we go. So that's good. Let me put my avatar back on top. Now, if I flip this back on, there we go, and I can put my desktop audio back on. Okay, so it seems for some reason I had to do an entire new freaking game capture. Now I'm back. Okay. Oh man. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Oh, I can't believe that happened. I was having such a fucking fun little fight. I was talking all this shit. Well, that's what I get. Alright. I'm gonna keep looking at this screen very paranoidly now because, gosh, that was so... Oh, man. Talk about a way to ruin any visual humor that I had going on. Motherfucker. I might as well just harvest some things while I'm here. Alright. Crub. You know, I'm going to take that as a sign. That's what I get for trying to continue my current game rather than starting a new game. I'm gonna consider that as that's a my bad, you know. A my bad. Well, that's what I get. Alright. I'm just gonna do a little bit of, there we go. Alright, now the old man has finished his tech support and has finally got it working again. Oh, I'm so annoyed with myself right now. Like, well, okay. I'm definitely gonna capture you, buddy. At first I was like, wait, is that just a rock? And I was like, oh, wait, I forgot. It's nighttime. Pal's sleeping. And I haven't seen this pal yet, so... Hey, come on, you. Don't be difficult about this. Come on, just be my buddy. Okay, you're gonna be difficult. Fine. I'm gonna throw a ball at you then while I go over here. Swap out my gun. I'm pretty sure there's a quicker, more efficient way to do this, but I have not found it out yet. And I'm pretty sure eventually if somebody ever stumbles upon this, they can just yell it at me and I'll be happy. But yes, okay, now that the stream is actually fucking working, I can get to, and my brain's a little bit more working up, I can get to the point I should have gotten to when I first started this thing. Welcome to the actual darn stream of Doom now. Old man Mike here. Just going around enjoying new things and yelling at the sky, so to speak, in terms of crap that annoys me. Whether it be in video games, modern Hollywood, so on and so forth. I've been looking for a way to like get back into like exploring lore and actually doing reviews rather than just flat out freaking. I don't know. I've been through a lot of little weird little moments trying to figure out exactly how I was going to stream and do streaming, but Palworld came along, gave me a little nice little backdrop and something I could rant about from time to time. Talk a little shit about Pokemon because me and Pokemon got beef as I was going back to the entire thing here. Like, I'm still freaking mad. I'm so mad. I'm like in the back of my head, I'm still mad because my dumb ass. I had this whole rant about stairs in the game and 3D perspective and the incline and how things work. And you know what? You're a dick. Because I was trying to capture that. You son of a bitch. Now, you have angered me. And because you have angered me, I am going to shock the shit out of you and your homies. So, hope you enjoyed life, little fucker. You're mine now. Oh, you want some too? Ah! Why are you all so deadly with these damn bubbles, man. Well, I'm dead. Oh, I got my ass kicked by a giant fish. Oh, wow. That was a nice snipe. I'm not even mad at that. I gotta give all respect for that. That was like clean as fuck. I tried the serpentine. I tried the jump. Jumping was useless. For anyone who is old enough to remember what, if anyone knows where jumping is useless comes from, you're as old as me, and I'm sorry, or older. Yes, those were better times, and not even just being a dick about it. Like those were just flat out better times. Like entertainment, gave like back when gaming was niche, the entertaining for gaming was so much more interesting. And to go into a little rant for the people in here who don't know what I'm talking about. Back in the day, when I was a little pup, there was a channel called Tech TV, and you see, Tech TV was for gamers and nerds. Basically, a bunch of old dudes from the Gen X generation and a bunch of young bucks from the millennial generation. Well, we all sort of came together in a beautiful moment of creativity. And you had things like BattleBots, Judgment Day, and Arena. And Judgment Day and Arena were like gaming competitions. And in the gaming competitions, one of the things that they always brought up was Unreal Tournament 2004. One of the greatest LAN party games of all time. Probably the entire reason you can argue that the freaking professional gaming industry even has the ability to sell a bunch of nerds fighting each other on live streams as a profitable margin. Okay, correction. It's not even a profitable margin. That's just flat out lie. Like, fucking pro gaming is a fucking cash drain unless you're just flat out being, propped up by, what's the word? Propped up by gambling. And to be fair, it's kind of hard to make a profit margin off that we've seen. Like, there's very specific things that in the sports, I can't, oh man, I have a 3D model, but it can't track my hands because I don't have a hand tracker or a software that tracks right. But I am doing air quotes here. Sports. In terms of things to watch that we find entertaining. The amount of people you have to get to watch and the amount of commercials you have to sell and the clean, the dream team clean line attitude that you have to have in order to get enough in terms of money from ads to make a profit back. You only have a few things that are profitable. You have MLB, you have soccer, you have NFL, and you have the NBA. And you will look, and you also have in America, you have the Collegiate Sports Association, but that's because in the Collegiate Sports Association, you actually have to pay the players, so the profit margins are insane. Like, and people will probably think that's fucking grimy and grody or whatever, like, oh, you're using those kids. In a way, yes, but also at the same time, it's one of those things of like, what would said kids do? And I do say kids loosely because they're fucking young adults at that point in time. They're baby adults, but they are young fucking adults. They're college kids. Like we all have a right to fuck up as an adult at that point in time, and it's all on us because that's the way the world fucking works. But even if you take it all back, say it all, you got all this crap. Yeah, collegiate's probably the best in terms of profit margins. There you don't have to pay the players. Plus, you have all of the memorabilia from all the universities. And the universities are the ones that get most of the kickbacks because they own the mascots. They own the team names, the rights. It's like there's always going to be a new set of collegiate sports things. And then they're also a lead-in to get into the NFL draft. So therefore, there's kind of a give and take. And if you're already... Like, I hate to say it, like, I've had a lot of friends that went out to go to the NFL and try to do all that, you know, the classic thing, but as we get further and further and we realize that the NFL is like just football in general, being a professional football player is probably the worst thing you could do for your brain, even worse than being a boxer or a rugby player or anything like that. It's like the sheer, wait, what the fuck? Oh? Um, okay, sorry everyone. I'm really fucking confused. Okay, let me think. Cause there's no fucking way. Alright. There's no way I sent one out at the other one. I couldn't have sent one out the other one. I shouldn't have sent one out the other one. What in the fuck is going on here? Alright. Sorry everyone, I'm chasing down a ghost in my system, so to speak. This could just be a bug that I stumbled upon because I'm like fucking bum rushing everything. Or maybe it got confused? Nope, there it is. Okay. That's what happened. I got confused. Old man got confused. Yesterday I was curious if you could set up two different stations to send two different things. Yes, you can. Good to know. Now that I know that, I'll probably start stacking up some more pals and condensing a new set of pals so I can have two journeys running at once. But I was also very confused right there, as you saw, because I didn't know why in hell's name I was fucking unable to get certain ones to be assigned. Anyway, let's go over here and do a little quick condensing just to make sure. Let's go on there. And for anyone out there, no, I don't know the proper way to condense. No, I'm not going to learn the proper way to condense. Welcome to hell. I'm just going to choose the thing I think looks very useful, and then that's the one that gets to keep his life. Because that's how it works here. Good old infinite stamina. You know what? I got too many infinite stamina, boys, and I'm never going to use that thing as an actual... Yep, nope, sorry, buddy. I'm not getting rid of that one. But yes, and to get back to the point now that my fucking game is actually working again, the entirety of this thing is basically going to be me getting back into exploring lore of different aspects, maybe sharing some things and insights on lore that I've seen over the years. I have a semi-encyclopedic knowledge of a lot of random fucking lore out there in the world, and I'm also looking to expand that because as a indie writer and as a person, I can kind of wrap this back into what I said a little bit earlier. There is a difference, and I will say this to the end of time, there is a hard fucking difference between a ripoff of a derivative property, like what most people tried to write Palworld off as, and being inspired by something and trying to actually take it to a new level, so to speak. For anyone who was like, what the fuck are you on about? For like fucking realistically, say let's take Wheel of Time for example. You can and very successfully make the argument Wheel of Time cannot exist without Tolkien. Without Tolkien setting up and creating the world of adult fantasy to begin with, and I mean actual adult fantasy, like adults taking things seriously and like not having this watered down idea of fantasy, because before fucking Tolkien, fantasy was always going to be considered a kid's genre. It was a very easy way to get messages across to children and keep them entertained. So it was basically a venue used solely for that and that alone. Tolkien wanted to take the idea more seriously. He wanted to put in some of his own perspectives into character, some of his own beliefs. He's like, he didn't believe in allegory, but every human being, especially creative human beings that go things, has a problem called encoding. Encoding and decoding. We go out into the world, we see things, we decode them, and it becomes part of who we are, culturally speaking. That's why you're going to look at certain things from the past and you can kind of, in the modern day light, nitpick them by our quote unquote standards, because standards back then may have been different than they are now. Therefore, certain things may have been encoded into characters that some people may get butthurt about, but in reality, that was just how things were. For instance, the encoding I want to specifically bring up, and it's not the allegory thing, because he's not like allegory at all. I don't fucking blame him. It's because people try to use allegory to push ideals rather than actually trying to create something that people want to resonate with and love and bring forward into the world. Like, I feel allegory is easily the death of true creation if used wrong. Can you use allegory for good? Yes, there are plenty of stories out there that are allegorical to other things, but by completely removing them from the reality of what you're trying to allegorize, you're able to explore the ideas within said allegory in ways you wouldn't have been able to, so on and so forth. But allegory is not the point of Tolkien. We're getting to the point of encoding. Some of the encoding came from his time in the war, like the way men talk to each other, the way you believe in brotherhood, so on and so forth. The idea of a fellowship coming together to fight a greater evil, one that's almost nebulous in its ways, because he's more World War One than World War Two. That he, of course, would have went through World War Two and all that, but World War One is kind of more where you can see some of that encoding coming through. Like Sauron is the big bad in a way. It's like, clearly, yes, it is evil, but it's also nebulous in its way of evilness. Sauron believes that Sauron is the main character in Sauron's said story, but Sauron also only exists to be a big bad, so because of that, he only exists in the context of this story. Because of that, you can take away and decode that this is more of a... You can argue that, hey, this may be inspired by his time in the war. This aspect may be inspired even by freaking the Tolkien biopic they made way back when I was just getting out of college. They thought about that aspect too, and it's an aspect that a lot of people that look into his writing see. But Robert Jordan also has the same issue with encoding, that he went through his very specific era, and he went through a different war era, one that took us to the east, and that's why you'll see much more Eastern ally things mixed in with Americanized things, and mixed in with... He kind of took how Tolkien was making adult fantasy and absolutely, completely turned it on its head and evolved it. It was... If anything, you can argue, some people won't because they'll be like, oh, it's so boring, I'm sorry that you're an idiot and that words make you sad. But, hey, there are people out there who will probably go to bat for their takes on the Wheel of Time like I will, and I personally believe that the Wheel of Time is a masterclass in taking a genre ideal and moving it to a new forefront in a way that will change something forever. Like, to give a thing, Astro Boy, for all my anime fans, Astro Boy is arguably one of the most pinnacle points in anime, when we were one of the first big stream animes, one of the first ones to be put in color because it started in black and white, one of the first ones to introduce certain ideals and interests in the characters, adding monomyth aspects to it and giving you that down to earth feel. Because when manga was first started, it was started with like a Tomo and stuff like that, and the Tomo was kind of the allegorical response to what happened at the end of World War II, the dropping of the atomic bombs. The Tomo was like, hey, let's take the thing that, like, kind of like how Godzilla was. Hey, Gojira was, let's take the thing that destroyed us and make it our savior as well. Godzilla did in a way of making it a force of nature. It was neither good nor evil. Godzilla was a absolute force of nature that came along, and yes, we could rave against it. We could fight it, but in the end, you never really could destroy it because it was something that always must exist. Compared to Atomo, Atomo was the idea of taking that fear and making it into a hero. Specifically, taking the idea of atomic energy and creating a robot that could save Japan in times of need, be the hero that Japan both needed and deserved, so on and so forth, if you want to speak like that. But Astro Boy had really none of that weight upon it. So Astro Boy was for sheer entertainment. It was for, there was no really truly big allegorical reason behind it, but it did take inspiration from Atomo, clearly, and it took inspiration from other things that came before it. And I'm getting to the point of, you can argue it may even took aspects of Tolkien, and the reason you can make those arguments is because it definitely took aspects of Disney, and Disney definitely had some aspects of Tolkien taken later down the line at the point in which they were influencing anime and manga in its infancy. Like, sorry, if you didn't have Disney Snow White, you wouldn't have damn it, I just had his name, Astro Boy, because the style, the big eyes, the small mouth, the chibification of things, the rotoscoping inspired people. Like, I'm fucking Snow White both inspired the creators of Astro Boy and the creators of Ultimo, if I remember correctly, and that's what ultimately gives us the style of anime we have today. Anime looks the way it is because it's sort of a parody of the Disney style. In parodying that style, it moved it to the next forefront, much like how I argue taking the ideals of what Tolkien had done with fantasy and applying it to a much bigger, less Renaissance era style and more into a pre-industrial style, like what Wheel of Time did. Because Wheel of Time, if you look at it, it's not full-on Renaissance. That's clearly happening at the end of an era, the changing of a technological era. We're going from the ends of some sort of medieval era brought upon by a said post-apocalyptic world created by the dragon, which is one Luthor and Telamon. Luthor and Telamon is the entire reason the world breaks, and the world breaking is what sets up the end of the third age and the beginning of the fourth age, which is where we are in Wheel of Time. And all of those aspects you can take out of it. Like, say Robert Jordan wanted to explore the idea of, hey, what happens when somebody really does come up and tap you on the shoulder and say you're the chosen one? How do you really react? And he took the Gandalf character and split it into two. And I will say this almost with my whole chest, and people can argue with me. You can have your own interpretation, but he took Gandalf and split that character into two. And in doing so, kind of created a real genius recontextualization of adult fantasy. Because he took the magical part of Gandalf and gave it, and the wise part of Gandalf, and gave it to Moiraine. Moiraine is, when she first comes into the entire story, Miss Moiraine Domadrid comes in, she's a powerhouse. She is our way into this. Arguably, Rand, Egwene, Matt, and all them, and all their reactions to her are what set up the ideals of magic in this world, or what set up the world that we need to get into. And we don't really quite understand the scale of it yet, but she adds a certain gravitas and a certain wisdom to her words and the things she knows, because this is what she has spent her entire life building up to. She has been waiting for the coming of the dragon. She has been waiting for his return, and she needs to get him to the last battle. Not for the sake of good or evil, but for the sake of balance, for the sake of the wheel. For the wheel is not good nor evil. The wheel will always turn. That is why Ta'virans do not just bring good luck, they bring bad luck. That's why Tavirans have such a effect on the wave and the war for the pattern, so on and so forth. She brings us into the magical aspect of the world, and by splitting another aspect of what Gandalf represented to Frodo, we were able to also keep the camaraderie between males factor and turn it into something that actually, if you argue, it created a very specific point in the story where you realize that while both sides of said coin, and in the Wheel of Time, the side of the coin are male and female, Saidin, Saidar. Because this is a very important thing. Both must exist in order to keep the wheel going. One cannot exist without the other. The problem is, one side of it has been completely destroyed by a mixture of its own arrogance on top of its faith in the other side helping them. But by breaking this faith and creating this severance, you needed to have both sides of the scale. Moiraine being a female and being the all-powerful, all-knowing, wise one that slowly over time is revealed to be just human is amazing, because you can take the idea of Gandalf, the wizard idea of Gandalf, and reduce it down to something human. But then you can take the human aspect of Gandalf, which was he was a man who was very easygoing, he loved his friends, and he had faith in his friends in a way that most people just can't, because if most people had that much faith in real life, it would cause actual issues. We've seen it all around the world. People do make mistakes like that. Here we go, it happens, whatever. But by taking that little human aspect and giving it to Tom Marilyn, we are able to create a dichotomy that, if you look through the story, and I kind of wish this is probably gonna get me some trouble. I'm sorry. There are people who love Brandon Sanderson, and I'm glad he was able to finish the story with the help of Robert Jordan's wife and all of his helpers that he left behind, all of his assistants, and all of the notes. But I feel that there was something lost in a very important aspect of the story, and that was Moiraine, Damadred, and Tom Marilyn. Both of these characters end up in love by the end of the book. Sorry, spoiler for a story that's been out for, I think the ending's at least been out for 10 years now, because I think, what was it, 2014, 2015, when the final book came out, the Light of the World. I'll have to go back and Google it, and at the moment I just don't feel like Googling. But to get to my little point of doom, those two characters being as separate as they are in the beginning, yet the same, being linked to two of the most key characters in the story, like both of them are inexplicably linked. Like, Matchroom Coffin, my favorite fucking character. Like, you want to talk about a character who fucking, I argue, might be a masterclass in terms of writing the rogue with the heart of gold. Like, you have your standards in history that we will all point back to. Rogues with the heart of gold, everyone's always going to think of Han Solo here in America first. Even around the world, some people think of Han Solo, because Harrison Ford and what he did with that character in the original 3 Star Wars films, it basically solidified what the rogue with the heart of gold would be till the end of time. Until Matchroom Coffin came along, and he took the idea of the rogue with the heart of gold and gave it a reality that it was desperately needing. And I will say that because if you look at anime and you find the odd, dark, edgy boy that wears the hat in black and sometimes has a staff or sometimes has a bow and arrow, they might as well just bow and give all their fucking swagger to Matchroom Coffin. Like, I can argue, I don't have any hard proof of this, but without Matt Coffin, there would be no Sasuke Uchiha, because I feel some of Sasuke's most swag moments in his character, so to speak, come strictly from Matchroom Coffin. And I can look, if you look back at like how Japan how they released the Wheel of Time over there and how they drew Matt in all of like the cover art, you can see the characters later down the line in anime history that would be inspired by this character. I'm serious. Go up and look up any of the Wheel of Time, because as it went in the world, because it was so big, it got split into like multiple volumes. So like volume 1 has like I think 2 or 3 volumes in Japan and in France and places like that. But then there's like big volumes like the Crown of like there's so many of them. I'm sorry, I'm gushing right now, and I'm kind of a little cold, and I think my fucking air is a little extra today. But as I was getting to the point is like his swagger, like every guy needs a little lace, just a little, or the fact he wears the little pink scarf after his little foyer in Ebudar, if you will. Yes, Ebudar is basically where Matt Swagger finally gets solidified. And that swagger goes into so many characters throughout anime history. And I kind of either want some really big super fans of some certain anime to come out and bring up some, because like I can't speak Japanese and I've not been able to go to like Anime Expo and stuff like that. So like you get like little moments that the Japanese fans get that American fans will never get. Like when Oda fucking answers questions at a random fucking event. And because you're a fluent Japanese speaker, you can ask them a question and also hear an answer in a way we can never understand, because even if we try to translate it, there may be some just little extra to it that we miss because we're not a native speaker. Sucks, but it happens. And I'm just saying, like, I need there's a few anime out there that if there's probably some interview out there with some random fan in a question forum that I guarantee someone else has dragged it out of them. Like there are certain anime, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to just put it out there in the world and then by the butterfly effect somebody just like some red. But if you can find out any anime creator of any point in time from, I'm going to say, what is the Silver Age of anime, the 90s age of anime, I feel there are some things that if we go back and look, like for instance, we all know that unarguably as an anime fan, Sasuke Uchiha is the Vegeta of the Naruto world. I feel he's also the Matchroom Coffin of the Naruto world, if you know what I mean. And I feel there's plenty of characters that are like that, the Rogue with the Heart of Gold. And like I said, Sasuke's Heart of Gold would not exist without Matchroom Coffin and Vegeta being there to inspire it. I have no proof, but damn it, somewhere out there might be some proof. Who knows? I would love to know. I would love to know beyond a doubt if some of these things. For like, I'll give one. Because, and I'm only going to give this because there is no interview in the world that is ever going to convince me otherwise of what I believe about this. Fucking Avatar The Last Airbender owes all of its swag. And I mean all of its swag to the Wheel of Time. I would argue without the Wheel of Time there would be no Avatar. And for anyone out there who is a fan of both and a person who knows the lore of both, look in your soul and then look into my eyes and you tell me that the phrase "everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked" is no different than "everything went crazy when the Shan-Chan land at Toman Head." Like, come on, come on now. Fucking the Shan-Chan might, the Fire Nation is the Shan-Chan. Like, holy shite. Like, down to the controlling benders, enslaving oh my god, nope. And like I said, I put that one out there in the world freely because there is no way in hell you're gonna convince me that those creators ever had anything solid in mind, because these motherfuckers used to fight key plot points over games of ping pong. Are you fucking kidding me? Ping pong! Little table tennis, like, oh, geez, bro, I really think that this would be kind of cool here. And they're like, oh, well, shit, I think this would be cooler. Yeah, fuck you. Let's fight in table tennis. And whoever won's got the thing. No, fuck you. This is bullshit. This other shit's happened. There is no way anything they have ever said is going to be taken serious by me again, because those two ping pong idiot head motherfuckers created the Legend of Korra, which absolutely destroys the last Avatar fucking universe for me, and I'm never coming back. Sorry. Not my Book of Air. There's never in a fucking million years is that ever gonna actually be a hashtag. But joke, hashtag not my Book of Air. Hashtag not my season 4. Because I am in the firm camp of believing that if a little so problem hadn't happened at Nickelodeon, we would have actually got a real Book of Air. We probably would have gotten a real epilogue season to finally round off what happened in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Instead, we get... Okay, this is going to be a real deep nerd dive. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of all the stupid shit that was happening with the final part of Avatar: The Last Airbender's Book of Earth. Wait, no, Book of Fire. Sorry, my dumb ass. Book of Fire, the third and final, the second part 2 of Book of Fire, whatever you want to do it. Fuck. I'm still mini me from back in the day is still seething about this. Around the time, these are all rumors from actual insiders who were working on it at the time, because we as fans were really desperate for that fucking next part of the Book of Fire, because that first fucking part ends so wild. Like, you can't do, like, as a matter of fact, I don't even know if it's technically... I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. It's been so many years since I've actually looked at the structure. I want to say the first one's Book of Water, then it goes Book of Earth, and it goes Book of Fire, and we never got Book of Air. But Korra's first season tried to claim it was the Book of Air, and it can be the Book of Ass for all I fucking care, and I wouldn't give a shit about it. But as I was fucking saying, the rumor was, because at the time there was a writer's strike within the live action fronts across, like, you can look it up, around the time when Avatar: The Last Airbender's final season was being written and aired, the writer's strike was happening in other things. That's why you got some of the worst seasons of live action shows ever at that point in time during what you would call the Silver Age of television. But the creators, they did have a vision in mind. It was a loose vision, fought many days over ping pong. But the rumor was we were supposed to have a 4th book for the original Avatar: The Last Airbender that was the Book of Air. It was going to be about Aang actually being the Avatar, Aang actually having to deal with the aftermath and outcome of being a hero. Very reminiscent of how the Wheel of Time itself approached their regeneration cycle. Like, the dragon is reborn again, and the creator will always reborn a dragon when the time is needed, and the dragon must both be the destroyer and the balancer, and so on and so forth. Like, that's how the cycle works. And it's clear the cycle in Avatar: The Last Airbender is very inspired by that, especially considering that there is a cycle of 4. And arguably, if you look throughout the Wheel of Time is also in cycles of 4, most likely. Us never having seen the first age, with us only having hints of what happened during the second age, and us being very, very intimate with the third age before it goes on to the 4th age, which I feel if Robert Jordan hadn't died, we would have gotten more about that 4th age, and we probably would have realized the 4th age is an epicenter point, if you will, the one that full resets shit. Call to the prelude to what 4 would have probably really kicked off. I have no proof of it, but damn it, I would have loved to just look at Robert's notes and see if I have any inkling of what might have actually happened beyond those books, because I feel that there was going to be more. I feel that the Fourth Age had more to give, and it would have given more in a sequel, but we never got that sequel because we lost Robert Jordan, and it's very sad. We were lucky enough to have Brandon Sanderson come in and finish it, and we got at least the end of the story. We may not have gotten the end we wanted or all the absolutes that we wanted, and that brings me back to the point of, splitting Tom and Moiraine. They come together at the end, and if you know anything about Tom and Moiraine, I just don't want to really, really ruin this story, because that's the more intricate. Tom and Moiraine are basically the same and opposites in every way. They are basically, you can argue they are the two sides of their coin. And when they come together at the end, it just makes too much perfect sense. And I feel that we should have gotten a few more scenes to solidify what was going to happen with Tom and Moiraine. Because while you can look at all of it and you do see the clues, and if you're a really good reader, like, you usually are supposed to have two levels of something. You have the level that the engaged reader is going to do. Like, an engaged reader is going to see the little things between Moiraine and Tom that make them so similar. You're going to see the little hints of Tom that give it away, and the hints of Moiraine that give it away, and the connection even between Moiraine and Alan Mondragon. You can see that he's fulfilling a spot that only needs to be there in the time of war. And Moiraine, she has an idea of what she wants to be in a time of peace, but she can't be that thing in the time of peace unless she can finally, for lack of better words, finish her greatest final thing, which was helping the dragon get to the final fight and make sure that he stands against the Dark One and is ready to do what needs to be done rather than do what he believes should be done. And you get one of the greatest mental fights of all fucking time, in my argument, when you get to the end of the Wheel of Time. Like, there are people out there who hated the live action because it wasn't absolute, and I get it. But as a guy who very easily, unfortunately, was willing to deal with the shit that was happening in Wheel of Time just to get to some very key moments, just because I was like, if you can hit these key moments, we are good to go. Like, the ending of season 3 of that live action Wheel of Time actually did hit for me. Like, season 1 does not hit for me. I can tell season 1 is missing things, but I was willing to give season 1 a chance because I've seen plenty of fucking shows. I've seen some of the worst season 1s leading to a decent sophomore season, which unleashes you into what you were truly going to be about season 3. Not everyone could get lucky like Game of Thrones and find that absolute butter zone by episode 10 of your first season, and thus spring into some of the better parts of Game of Thrones and some of the better parts of the end of the Silver Age of television before it all went to hell. We don't talk about that horse drawing. Anybody who was on the forums knows what horse drawing I'm talking about, and what horse drawing will always exist. I feel Wheel of Time was at least going the proper way of a show like that. I was like, oh, season 1, it did what it needed to do, but it was not really that good. I wish it could have been better, and it probably would have been better if it got the proper ending it deserved, because what happened with the ending of season 1 of Wheel of Time completely butchers the eye of the world as a whole. It tried to keep enough in it to set up things in season 2, and it was clear that they had to set up these things in season 2 only for the fact that how can I say this nicely? They only set the shit up in season 2 because they didn't have the intelligence to condense 14 books into the 8 seasons like they were trying to. I saw what they were trying to do, but I don't think they. I knew from a jump they just didn't have it in them because they said something I knew was stupid. They said book 2 and book 3 are basically the exact same story with not too many unique beats. And that's so incorrect that it actually pisses me off. Because I argue, whilst book 2 is an amazing book, and it's where Wheel of Time starts getting into its stride of being what it will be for the rest of the series, book 3 is the birth of Rand as the Dragon Reborn. Like, up to that, like, the 2 journeys he goes on in the second and the third are similar but not the same. The second one is I still have the ability to lie to myself. I can lie to myself and say I am not the Dragon Reborn. I can look at all these things and say this is not me. No matter what you're trying to say, I am not the Dragon Reborn. I'm not the guy. I'm not that dude. I'm not what's hot in these streets. Like, I'm not what you think I am. But by the end of 2, he's branded in such a way he can't deny it. Like, 2 is like his final ability to deny he is Lustar and Telamon come again. He is the Dragon Reborn. The third is not that same story, and anyone who reads it as that same story is an idiot. The third is I can no longer lie to myself, so I need to separate myself from those I love, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to be the Dragon Reborn. But by the end of the third one, he's marked in such a way where he realizes he does not have that freedom. He cannot push his friends away. He must allow his friends to do what they need to do and what they feel they need to do in order to get away from him. Because the more he tries to push them away, the more his Taviran nature fights it and pulls them back to him. He must allow them to be who they are. He doesn't quite understand the full damn it, I can't really find the word. Like I said, brain, morning. Not the best. Sorry, I'm very much an American. Why there's nothing I love more than seeing the sunrise after a long night of darkness. I am not a morning person. I like seeing the sunrise defeat the darkness after I spent my night defeating the darkness, if you know what I mean. If I'm the kind of guy who would prefer to be up all night to see the morning sun as my last thing before I go to bed, rather than to be the guy who goes to sleep after sunset and then wakes up to the morning sun early enough. I did it for years. I can do it for years. I can be an early bird, but dang it, do I hate it. I'm much more night owl and love it like that. But to get back to the damn point at hand, like, there's just so much about what happened with the live action Wheel of Time that was decent, was good, and was garbage. For instance, I will say this with my whole soul because it pissed me off with my whole soul. The ending of season 2 is impossible. And I actually saw no fucking way you could ever write yourself back out of that corner you created in the end, Rafe Judkin. And I will say this because anyone who knows the books and knows how certain things in the books works knows what I'm talking about. What happened between Egwene and her Shan-Chan handler is literally impossible. Yes, it's Rena. Yes, I know the name. I don't fucking care enough about the character to always say the name. Fuck that bitch. She served her point. She had a reason. But fuck her. Anyway, in the books, I don't even understand I don't even understand why this happened. This is probably what irks me. I don't understand why. I could usually look at stupid changes and get it. I can understand why Rand couldn't have saved Egwene. But in the books, Rand doesn't save Egwene. Nynaeve and Elaine and men save Egwene. It's like a very beautiful, intricate moment. And even then, by saving them, they realize they are not as infallible as they believe themselves to be, because that's like part of Nynaeve and Elaine and Egwene's character is, as they get further and further into the world, their beliefs about their greatness in the world are further solidified. Nynaeve comes in, and even though she hates everything about Aes Sedai, she hates the concept of Aes Sedai, the fact that she knows she is destined to be one of the greatest, most powerful channelers of the modern age is enough to push her to the point where she will accept Aes Sedai and their power only to further her own goal, and in by becoming this powerful, furthers her own delusions of her own greatness in the world. Because she basically has always had to fight the fact that she's been a younger wisdom. A wisdom is something in a Two Rivers style society that's like a healer. They can listen. The really true great ones can do what they say, listen to the wind. And listening to the wind is basically their country way of understanding what the one power is. Is one of the best fucking lines in the book. They did keep it for the show. It doesn't hit the same way in the show because it doesn't have like the same build up to it. Is you don't listen to the winds, Egwene. The winds listen to you. It's one of the moments when you realize how shit is going to change forever for these characters. Because, like I said, Egwene already had this delusion of grandeur about herself. And because of the society they came from, where the women's circle basically kind of control everything, while the men's circle, in reality, actually control everything, but they just allow the women's circle to do majority of it because they understand that they each have their own strength. The men are there to make sure that the society keeps moving. They do the fucking plowing in the fields. And then even like certain female characters are built different. Like fucking I want to say Mistress Alzine. I don't think that's right though. The blacksmith's wife. She's built as being like this very strong, beefy woman, and she's more of like in tune with some of the men and the way that things are done. But at the same time, at the end of the day, she's still a member of the women's circle, and she will let her logic prevail over her brawn. That's the difference between the men and the women in the Wheel of Time. It's like, yes, there are women that can do what men do, that can do the brawn. But at the same time, those women are only good at what they do and good at how they are when they realize their strengths lie in the thing that makes them a woman. And that's their empathy, their ability to reach into the emotions and understand. That's what makes Aes Sedai in the modern age so much better than Aes Sedai in the time of the dragon. In the time of the dragon, Aes Sedai were both male and female. They were servants of all. Both were servants of all. But that's not a particularly it's not a particularly correct role for a man, because a lot of the diplomacy and shit like that and the backstabbing shit is not very fit to the man. A man would rather fucking look you in the eye and stab you in the fucking face. Like, that's just how it is. You even see it devolve, like fucking the dragon, Lews Therin Telamon, and all of his buddies. They fucking find books on war, like Samael, and it was Samael, Diamandred, Lews Therin, And I want to no, it wasn't him. He eventually learns, but he only learns on an academic level. Ishamael does not learn for fun like the dragon and Diamandred and Samael. Like they talk about like when they found books on war and sword fighting, they found it fun because they were in an age of peace. So they were like, oh, let's learn this thing that we don't really, and it turned them into different people. It turned them into generals. It turned them into fighters. It turned them into what they were probably supposed to be, and thus led to the betrayals later down the line to the dragon that caused everything to fall within the Second Age, so on and so forth. You can even see hints of it happening elsewhere, like the fact that Asmodean and fucking Lanfear were the ones that broke through to the Dark One. Their arrogance broke through. It makes sense for Lanfear because that, it fits within how the world is writing men and women in that fucking moment in time, and it fits how we kind of do in the world. She was looking. It started as a way to bridge the gap between men and women, make them more similar, because if they could both work with the same power, they felt they could do so much more, not understanding that they had to have said weaknesses built into said power, because once you started delving into the two becoming one, it became more unnatural. That's why you have things that the fucking Dark One can do that the Creator doesn't do. For instance, the Dark One fucking with Asengar and Osengar, they fucking take some, what's his fucking name? I always forget. I think it's a Behethamel or fucking Belethamel or something. I always forget the first two. I'm sorry. I will always, hell, I forget the third one too, because like he's such like a nobody in turn, like he's a jobber. Like the fact that Samael in the live action series became the jobber of became the fucking jobber was great. But it, like Beathord, I think it's Bellathor. Beathord or Bellathor is the guy's name. He's basically the one that, like, he was weird. He liked torturing people, specifically women. He wore like a skin mask because when they were sealed so close to the actual surface that time affected them. So while I always forget the guy's name. He has a cool name. Like his name is actually interesting. The guy who makes all the Dark One's creatures, who makes the fades and all that shit. It starts with an A. Whatever. Him and Bev they're the first two of the fucking Chosen that come against Rand and his crew. They both get jobbed out, but both of them get brought back. One gets brought back as Osengar, the other one as Asengar. And I believe, if I remember correctly, Osengar should be the male. Osengar becomes the idiot Ashaman that just kind of chills with Rand and ultimately betrays him in Book 7 before they go on to do what happens in Book 8 and 9. No, betrays in Book 8 and then goes on to join the fight in the end of Book 9, which is Winter's Heart, which is my favorite point. And yes, these tangents are starting to come together. It takes me for fucking ever. I'm sorry. But I'm working these tangents together. Believe me, there's a point. So, like, as I was fucking saying, as the betrayal happens, and Asengar is basically Bellathor put back into a female's body because the Dark One thought it would be funny that the asshole who didn't really respect women was forced to come back as a woman, and he just ultimately ended up being like the most asshole-ish male representation of how a woman would be, and that actual ends up playing into how he gets caught. It's like a whole thing. So like, yeah, but basically, even though the Dark One puts him in the body of a woman, because his soul is still a man, yes, in the Wheel of Time, souls are gendered. It kind of makes sense, sorry. Especially if you're having a rebirth cycle. It would make sense, like, why would the dragon never come back as a female? It's like, duh, it has a fucking male soul, and the creator isn't just gonna fucking throw a male soul into a female body, because it doesn't do anything other than change the outward appearance, because Asengar is still forced to use Sidene. And Sidene is the male half of the power. Because his soul is a male, he still uses Sidene. Now, interestingly enough, he uses this to his advantage because women cannot sense Sidene. Because women cannot sense Sidene, he's able to hide among other Aes Sedai and use his power to basically manipulate their dreams without them knowing. He turns it to a strength and does it in a very roundabout, backstabby way, which kind of fades into how the Dark One, kind of forced him to play into this ideal of what he thought they were. And it's like, it was great. But yeah, the fucking final betrayal happens, and I've all gotten the point. All of this shit is very set in stone, and there are things in the live action that happen that absolutely ruin it. And to get back to the Egwene point, ending of season 2 was the moment I knew that they were going to start doing shit that just was illogical and I couldn't detach at all. But season 3 still gave me hope that I would get the scenes that I wanted. Because the end of season 2, there's a thing called an ADOM. An ADOM is a way that the Shan-Chan control channelers. An ADOM they have a ADOM goes to a Damani. A Damani is what they call a channeler. The Damani are basically like dolls for the Suldam. The Suldam are the ones who control the ADOM. They don't know that Suldam are actually women so weak in the power that they don't have the spark, and therefore they're basically letting Aes Sedai control Aes Sedai. And that's kind of the funny part that should lead to the downfall of the Shan-Chan in time, but never does within the story, because ultimately the Shan-Chan represents what will be sadly, an ultimate dark side of progress. Because even though you tell them, oh, you're no better than them, it's like, well, nope, I never touched the power, therefore I'm better than you. Haha, fuck you, screw you. And it's like a whole little thing. Love it. It's beautiful. But anyway, Renee and Egwene are having this little fucking back and forth throughout the entirety of the book. In the book, very specifically in the book, Egwene goes out of her way to test every single probability with the ADOM of what she can and can't do. And she understands the limitations of it. Now, in the book, this serves to allow her to later on be the type of weapon that the Shan-Chan fear. She is able to tell the truth about what it's like to be a Damani and what it's like to be under the influence of a Suldam and what the ADOM actually are and what they do. All of this would have been very useful if she, unfortunately, hadn't met her end the way she does in the book, but it has to happen, and clearly it was going to set up things that were going to happen in the Fourth World that were ultimately going to lead to the ultimate downfall and the complete reset of society again. I have no proof, but if you look at the context clues with it and everything, like I said, you got levels of readers, and I'm digging through everything. I'm looking through everything. I'm trying to find everything about the lore that you can't even perceive within your minds, because I'm insane. And because I'm insane, I'm probably the best one to walk through this stupid little end bit of it. So, as I said, in the show, how she wins makes no sense. Because in the show, I actually can't even say this in a way that makes any sense. She does a thing that she does from the books, but it should not work because she's still okay. An ADOM basically completely robs an Aes Sedai of any agency. Once it is on their fucking neck, that is it. Someone else has to free you. Because the only way to undo the ADOM is with the power, or a way the Shan-Chan do. And the Shan-Chan way is never fully explained within the books, and I think that is for good reason. Because I think if we saw the way the Shan-Chan undid it, we could have very much easily figured out much sooner that what was going on with the ADOMs and the Suldam and the fucking Domani. Good writer versus bad writer. Good writer will keep all those things a mystery up to the point because they actually have a good mystery to unveil. That's the difference between a mystery box and being a good writer for any J.J. Abrams fans out there. Sorry, get wrecked. But, as I said, in the fucking show, what is it, Mengen or Mergen? Anyway, she becomes Pula, I believe. And no, not Pula. Is it Pula or Tula? I want to say, yeah, she becomes a very important Domani in the books. In the show, they just fucking Mengen just gets wiped off in this battle. And the reason she gets wiped off in this battle is so Egwene can do some shit that's just plain damn stupid and shouldn't work. I'm sorry, I'm so fucking irked about this, and I'm never gonna forget it. Basically, Mengen dies, and that's in the show. That's the only way to get the Adom off of a Dumani without the Suldam or without magic. And that's not how that works, because specifically in the books, they go out of their way to explain that even when you die, the Adom does not leave your neck until it is removed by a Suldam. But whatever, that would require a little bit of media literacy, and I'm not sure every writer on this show could even spell media literacy, let alone tell you what it is. So they decide to make this the end all be all. It would make no fucking sense with a war front, like even as a war front society, that makes no sense. If you are a society where your war machine is built around animals and Domani, you know what you're not gonna let happen? You're not gonna use an item to control your main weapon that could easily fall off them when they die, and another one could pick it up and use it on another one in order to control them, in order to control their Suldam. Yes, that's basically what happened. Egwene, and in the book, she figures this out, so it's fair, but in the show, I don't think she earned it, because, you don't earn anything in shows where they don't give you enough fucking time to actually extrapolate what's going on. Like, I will make the beef for Racky Judkin, at least here. Was not given the time needed to do this. Like, even with full hour-long, 10 hour-long episodes like Game of Thrones, you could not have effectively split the POV as much as you have to in the Wheel of Time, and also explain how Egwene figures this out. Especially when they had to rewrite this, because they kind of wrote themselves into a fucking corner, and I'm just going to get to that proven point. So basically, in the books, Egwene is saved by a combination of Min, Elaine, and Nynaeve. All of which serves into the ultimate setup of Elaine and Nynaeve having a uneasy alliance type friendship. Basically, they both love and care for Egwene, and both of them are not just going to leave Egwene there. Same with Min, and that's it kind of plays into the overall thing with Rand and them later on, but so on and so forth. Fuck it, who cares? I'm just kind of a little bit annoyed by the whole damn thing. So Nynaeve and Elaine are supposed to be able to come save her. The thing is, in the show, it can't happen. Because for some reason, and I will say for some reason, in the show, they never explain how Nynaeve is able to activate her powers. And in the books, that is a very, 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 very important distinction, because it not only logistically keeps one of the most powerful characters from just running over anyone, it also sets up little moments where Nynaeve has to be Nynaeve and her old self in order to activate her new self. It basically gives her a way to still use her powers, even though it's improper. And the improper use of those powers allows her to do some very interesting things, and it shows how much of a great Aes Sedai she eventually will be because of said power. And it's like, And it also goes to show you the importance of control and the importance of learning your truth about being an Aes Sedai and learning how to surrender and why surrendering with Sidar is so important. All of this has a purpose, a major fucking purpose, and it just completely just gets just ruined by the writing here because Nynaeve never figures out that her trigger is anger for using her power. We're not able to get Nynaeve using her power to figure out the type of healing that she eventually she invents an entire brand new type of healing completely and does it on her own out of sheer frustration. Sorry, I just saw a message and I was like, darn it, I was so angry. Matter of fact, I just realized the picture actually damn near was her Pittsburgh. Oh crap. Too good. Anyway, but yeah. So because Nynaeve is not allowed to figure out her power and explore her power the way she does in the books, it's a song, so sad. The way she does in the books, you can't have Nynaeve come in and save Egwene because in like I said in the books, basically Nynaeve and Elaine, they capture a Suldam and a Domani. That's when they figured out how much the fucking Domani have drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak, and also they figure out how much the Suldam is a dick. And then they also figure out the secret that the Suldam are just other Aes Sedai who are born without the spark. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a whole thing of like how Aes Sedai are found. There's testing, and the testing has to exist because there are two types of women and men who touch the power. There are those who are born with the spark, i.e., Egwene, Elaine, Nynaeve. Women who are so powerful in the one power that it is impossible that they will never touch it. They will be forced to touch it sheerly by the amount of it that is spilling out of them, and they will have an incident basically where they first touch their power, it'll make them sick and damn near kill them, but if they bounce back from it, they basically have to learn how to use the power. Otherwise, this power will kill them from the inside out. Now, there are those who are so strong, so in tune with the power, that even after the first touching, they can learn the power on their own and survive. They are the rarest of the rare of the rare. Nynaeve was basically going to be one of those because she had an innate block on her power because of her fear of it. And the only way to get past that block was with sheer, unadulterated anger. And Nynaeve was a master of sheer, unadulterated anger when she needed to be. Problem would come around, though, that she would realize that there are instances when you are in a fight that no matter how hard you try, you will not be able to conjure anger. She figures this out with Moghedien. Or Moghedien. I like saying Moghedien, but I'm pretty sure Moghedien is actually how it's supposed to be pronounced within the books. I'm pretty sure, like, Robert, like, actually specifically told the fucking audiobook people that it was Moghedien and not Moghedien. Like, Moghedien just sounds cool, but Moghedien, it works. But yeah, so yeah, you got Moghedien, and she is basically a powerhouse. She's one of the fucking Chosen, and they call them the Chosen. I'm actually blanking on the good side name for them right now, which is kind of fucking wild. But yeah, they're called the Chosen. Forsaken. That's the That's the good people's name for it. They call it the Forsaken. I kept thinking the Forbidden. And I was like, that's not fucking right. That's just stupid. I was like, oh yeah, Forsaken. You can see the dichotomy of how it is. They believe they're chosen. They believe they're forsaken. Da 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 da. Go on and so forth. You have a little bit of what we call world building in the name. But yeah. And she starts getting to the point where when she goes against the Forsaken, she's terrified of them. And her terror is so much more powerful because it's a more primitive, visceral emotion. Anger anger is more complex. Wrath and rage are closer to a primal emotion like fear, and they can be very powerful, but conjuring wrath and rage is not easy. Conjuring wrath and rage takes a certain type of thing, and the last thing you usually can do to conjure wrath and rage is look something you fear within the eyes. Yeah, Moghedian is basically what forces Nynaeve to eventually become an Aes Sedai. Like a true Aes Sedai. Because she realizes that she's limited in the way she does, and she tries to learn how to get past her block. And because she takes that seriously, she eventually does get past her block way later on. And the show fucks that whole entire arc up. Get this, like I was saying, since she can't fucking get angry, she can't pretend to be a Suldam with the Adom like her and Elaine do in the books, and they can't sneak in there to save Egwene like they do in the books. And Egwene and them can't have their conversation that confirms the fact that yes, Suldam are women who don't have the spark. They are women who must be taught. Because the Shan-Chan don't realize that. The Shan-Chan never cared enough about the Aes Sedai to look into how they were built and how their society was. Reason being is, if you look at the text and you look at how it was set up, it's argued that the Shan-Chan had more of the Black Aja present within their ranks, and that's why the Aes Sedai of the Shan-Chan were much more much more conniving and evil. They were much closer to what Sir Arthur Hartwing thought the Aes Sedai were supposed to be, and they had to be that way in order for the Shan-Chan to eventually get taken over by Sir Archie Hawkwing and his army. So on and so forth as we continue on, and it creates an entire civilization that basically was originally clearly going to serve as one of the Dark One's armies, but ultimately, through its own hatred of said power, ended up being a better force for the side of good than the side of evil. So on and so forth, whatever you want to go, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Elaine, Nynaeve were supposed to be able to sneak in, help her out, and they were supposed to figure out all this stuff, and it was supposed to be a big whoa, and like, yay, girl power moment, and it was actually supposed to be earned and awesome, but instead, for some reason, and like I said, one part of the reason is they wrote Nynaeve terribly, but the other part of the reason makes no damn sense. Like, Elaine, she never had any of these issues. Like, what she had to get over was realizing she was not fucking immortal. Like, the basic thing that any, like, young teen, like, she's a teen, I'm sorry, that's how it is. She's clearly in her teenage years, like, 16, 17 probably, because Rand, I think, is, like, 19 in the books, and I think he's, like, 3 years her senior, so you say 16 in book 1, so by this point, it was book 2, 3 was not a full year ahead. So yeah, she would probably be about 17 at this point in time in the story. I had to go back and look. There are absolutely birth dates and everything because Robert Jordan was very thorough, and I used to know all of them by heart, but I have a fucking brain full of way too much extra bullshit right now, so here we are. We're trying to get all the lore straight in one fucking stream. So, as I said, you get these moments. It's supposed to be awesome. So Elaine could have still saved her. So, doing this, I only have to assume somewhere within the production team, someone said that Egwene has to save herself or she looks weak. That's the only reason. And I do mean the only reason this sheen should even exist. because there's no reason Elaine and Nynaeve shouldn't have been there. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly from the end of season 2, they still try the plan. They just try the plan knowing that Nynaeve can't do shit. And Nynaeve was kind of like the entire thing they needed, because Nynaeve is powerful enough to counteract most of the Damani, while Egwene and Elaine are just barely powerful enough to be considered decent Damani, if you know what I mean. Like, women have built-in power levels, basically. Everyone, if you want to know, this is also why I say the modern fantasy cannot exist, and Robert Jordan did something that changed modern fantasy in a way and evolved what Tolkien was doing for adult modern fantasy. Robert Jordan might as well single-handedly have been the man to create power scaling for an internal structure battle. Let me explain this. This man had a very, very detailed system of how channeler power worked, how all of the power levels worked, what certain power levels meant for certain things. Like, there were certain fucking I'm trying to get it's a Angreal Sa Angreal Tira. There were certain Sa Angreal that had a Tira Angreal that you could not use unless you were a certain power level. If you weren't a certain power level, you could not open a gateway. A gateway was how you teleported from one place to another. But there were certain people who had talents. Talents were able to subvert some of these things. For instance, one of the weakest power users on the male side was one of the greatest portal users of all time. And if you looked at the type of person he was like a vagabond. He was the type of guy that didn't have the ability to stay in one place at once. He was a traveler, and because he was clearly a man who had the spark. You have to say that, because he has clearly lived longer than he should, and he clearly knows more about his power than he should, even before he gets there. Like, they all make fun of him for how weak he is, but clearly he was born with the spark, because this man had lived the equivalent of multiple men's lives by the time he got to the Black Tower and became an Ashaman. But his gift matched his personality, so Giz clearly had some internal connection to the type of person you were, and the type of person you were also influenced how your powers worked. For instance, those who were hanging with Perrin Aybara throughout the final books were the ones who were able to unlock the ability of making channeled steel. Channeled steel is basically power wrought steel is what they called it, but it's channeled steel. Power wrought steel is basically how you can defeat certain things of the Dark Ones that are so far into evil that only balefire, which basically wipes things out of existence, can defeat. Power wrought weapons were very important. People who were with Perrin were more like him. They were more hands-on people. They were Ashaman, who were more down-to-earth, more farmers. So it would make sense that those who were with him, the blacksmith, would ultimately be the ones who have the talent for power wrought steel. Because not only did his Ta'veren nature probably draw them towards him, but the type of person he was also drew them towards him, because they were the similar type of person. And clearly the type of person you were is what affected your gifts, your traits, the things that you were talented at. Like I said, all of that power level and scaling mattered. It mattered so much that modern anime might as well just bow down to this man, because without him, what Dragon Ball Z did for anime would have destroyed anime. Because without power scaling on a mass internal level, you would not have half of the anime we have. Like, think about Boku no Hero, My Hero Academia. Imagine Deku's entire journey without proper power scaling, and get back to me. And tell me if Robert Jordan hadn't basically created mass internal power scaling on your own world's logistics. Not even for the sake of the reader. For the sake of your own world's logistics, this man created a power scaling system unlike any other. Just like with fucking Tolkien. The man was a fucking genius. He didn't write the story for, like, to create, like, a brand new genre of fucking fantasy for the world. No, this man had just flat out done this because he wanted to see if he could make a language. He created the fucking Lord of the Rings because this man wanted to make a lived in history for the language he wanted to create. Do you know how fucking insane you have to be? There is certain levels of insane you have to be, certain levels of autistic you gotta be to do what these men did. Not for the sake of changing the world, not for the sake of changing genres. These men did this for the sake of storytelling, for the sake of world consistency. That's the type of fucking dedication you need in fantasy and stories to get great stories, and we've lost that. But to get past that fucking tangent, get back to the point, I don't see any fucking reason why Elaine couldn't have saved Egwene in the live-action Wheel of Time Season 2. Made no fucking sense. Somebody had to somewhere in the background say, hey, Egwene can't be saved by anybody because that ruins her girl power, and because it ruins her girl power, people won't like her character, and because people won't like her character, people won't come back to, fuck you, you ruined it. Basically, because they needed this scene, all internal logic of the world gets destroyed. The Shan-Chan are now stupid because they don't know that them or their Domani dying frees said Domani from an Adom, thus giving another Domani the ability to use said Adom to try and control another Domani. And even though you could argue, yes, but they didn't understand that the Sul'dam were also Domani. Yes, but they did understand. They could have tested it. Like, they never even tested it. It was clear they never even tested the Domani trying to hold the Domani, because in the books, it doesn't work. And I'm going to get to the point why it doesn't work in the books and why it has to not work in the books. An Adom is basically a forced bond. No, not a forced bond, a forced, I always forget the fucking phrase they use. I call it tethering in my world because I'm weird and I grew up on the internet and tethering sounds cool. But it's basically link, that's it, linking, my dumb ass. Basically, in the world of the Wheel of Time, the channelers are able to do what's called linking. Now, there is an entire, and I do mean an entire internal power structure of how this even works. There is a limit to how many women can link with each other, and I get to that. Basically, to link, links must be formed willingly. You can not force a link. Links are willing. Two women can link with each other. Women must be the ones to initiate the link. Women are the ones who can create links. But men are the only one who can extend link chains beyond a certain amount. For example, I believe the maximum number you can have in a circle before a man is brought in is 13. So, you can link 13 powerful women together before you need a man. One person within this link must be in control. When you are in control, you are the one who controls all the power within said link. No one in this link should be able to wrestle it from you. There are ways for it to be wrestled from you, but they have not been explored in the world until much later, and when they are explored, you'll see how it works. So basically, the maximum you can get before you got a man was 13. You need women to initiate a link. Men cannot link with other men, period, point blank. Men cannot form links. That is very important. Women form links, men don't. So let's hold on to that, because that would have been important if it went on, and it would have ruined something later, and I'll explain why this would have ruined something later. So basically, an ADOM is what's known as a forced link. It's one of very few ways we know to force a link. Yes, there were other roundabout ways you could do it. For instance, you could mind control somebody into accepting the link, and then once they've accepted the link, you have control of them. They can't let go. You must be a woman in order to do this, so on and so forth. Men, when they are brought into a link, men usually must allow women to be controlled. Men can be past control by women, but usually once the link starts, women must weave the flows. Men only weave the flows in very specific instances, usually specific instances that require the weaving of both powers simultaneously in order to buffer the other one. Because while men can somewhat wrestle Sidar, because they can get the concept of surrender, it's harder for women to wrestle Sidene because Sidene is completely against everything Sidar is. Sidene cannot be surrendered to. Sidene must be wrestled. Sidene must be controlled. Sidene is absolute chaotic power. It is completely different from Sidar while also being a similar same size of the one for Sidar. And sorry, I'm just kind of running around the base while doing this, but I'm trying to get shit to, like, fucking actually get done. There we go. I'm trying to get all my gear up because I'm about to go to the next place and get the next sphere. Because I have no proof of this. I probably should just try to fly to that thing. I might do that next after I do this. But I feel I can't get to the world life tree until I get all the spheres. And I can't get all the spheres unless I have, you know, some good stuff to, you know, hook it up. Oh, I can't work it. That's interesting. Nice to know. Alright. So while they're working on my armor, to continue on. So yes, this all matters. Women must form links. So on and so forth. This is also why men cannot touch an ADOM. This is a very important thing. Because Rand, in the books, does try to help Egwene. But in trying to help Egwene, he figures out that he cannot touch an ADOM. It creates a feedback, and this feedback is because a man cannot enter a link between two women in this fashion because the ADOM forces a link between two women. It cannot be extended upon. For instance, if I am a Suldam and I have an ADOM, me and my Domani are in a link. Problem is, they cannot link with other Domani, because the other Domani are connected to an ADOM, and ADOM is a forced link. And you can't bring two ADOM links together because they are a Tir Angrial specifically made to have a two-way side link. Now, as a Suldam, you can control two Domani at once with two different ADOMs, because that's not against the rules of linking. You are the one initiating the link. You are not going beyond the rule of 13. You just have two separate links that you are having with two different people, and you have control of both of their powers because you are the one in control. Therefore, you're still following the rules of linking. But I could not have a Domani put on an ADOM and connect to another Domani. The reason being is this creates an odd feedback that would destroy the original links, and these original links being destroyed cause massive pain and basically wipe out the Suldam and Domani, and they're lucky if they don't get fucking killed by the feedback of this little experiment. So, with that in mind, remember, I said before, Suldam are women who can use the power but don't have the spark. Domani are women born with the spark. They are both Aes Sedai. They don't know that they're both Aes Sedai, but they are both Aes Sedai, one just weaker than the other. So, by that rule, if a Domani got a Suldam, they could control them. This is a known fact. This is what Egwene figures out in the books. This is what Nynaeve and them figure out in the books. It's like one of the biggest moments within that part of the book. It's pretty damn cool, I will admit. Oh my god, she's gotta come up here and finish this. Hey, yo. Okay, fine, I'll fucking assign you to the motherfucker then, so you finish it. Anyway, I want my damn armor, so. Ah! I'm fucking stuck! This is stupid! Okay, there we go. So, by that logic, Egwene, in the end of Season 2, is under control of Rena. Rena has the ADOM on her wrist, and the ADOM is around Egwene's neck. Therefore, at this point in time, Rena is in complete control of both of their powers in this link. She has all the information she needs. That's how Suldam are able to sense what type of spells they're using. That's how Suldam are able to get good to the point that they can sense other fucking women. They don't know it, but they're basically just Aes Sedai getting better through using other Aes Sedai. So, nothing happens to their link. Nothing at all. Rena still has it. Egwene still has it. Nothing changes. But like I said, Mirren, yeah, I think that's her name, Mirren. Mirren's the Aes Sedai that becomes Pula that gets screwed over in the show. Mirren basically gets hit by a bombardment from... I'm trying to remember exactly where the fucking bombardment even came from. Because they were fighting... They were fighting the Children of the Light, but the Children of the Light shouldn't have had any, like fucking bombardments or anything. Like, they didn't have ships. So it kind of don't make any fucking sense about that. But anyway, bombardment happens. There's this giant tower that are full of Suldam and Domani that are trying to basically bombard everything. Like, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. They get blown up, and Mirren and her Suldam both die. This causes the Adom to leave Mirren's neck and also to leave her Suldam's wrist. Now, Rena, having taken a bit of the blast, is a bit confused. And the next thing you see in the scene, basically, is Egwene slaps the Adom on Rena's neck, and you see that she has the corresponding piece of the Adom on her wrist. Now, this can not happen. It would create a feedback loop that would either kill both of them from the rebound, or it shouldn't have worked in the first place, because Egwene shouldn't even be able to touch any Adom as long as she has an Adom on her neck and the Suldam has it on their wrist, because she is already in a forced link. Touching any other link of any kind should cause her great pain, just like if she tried to remove her own Adom. Meaning she shouldn't even be able to touch the Adom to put it on her and Rena in the first fucking place. But it works, and now there are two Adoms activated at once in a continuous loop of stupidity. And I say this because Egwene... I actually don't even understand how it happened. Basically, Egwene is now in the Adom link. And Rena's still in her Adom link. But because... Okay, yeah, I remember how it is. They write it off as like, oh, she's just so badass because she can take the pain. Basically, Rena has been, like, using the pain way too much on her to control her. And because Egwene's been fighting against it, she's gotten like an immunity to it, which doesn't work because the Adom creates pain on a otherworldly level that no human being could ever in their right fucking mind resist. But whatever, you know, whatever, bro. It's whatever, bro. It's just like your opinion, man. But whatever. So anyway, stupidity happens. She gets the Adom on, and Rena's all cocky. She's like, yeah, this does nothing because, like, you know, it only works on Damani. And then Egwene has her, like, little speech that she kinda has in the book. See, in the book, this speech isn't a speech. It's her yelling it at Rena as she's kicking the living shit out of her. Like, it's in the book, it is very different. It is wholly different. She basically yells the truth at them, like, while beating the shit out of them out of sheer anger and visceral. And it works way better in the books than it does in the fucking show. But anyway, so basically Rena's all like, yeah, you're stupid, what the fuck are you doing? And then Egwene's like, no, you're stupid because you guys haven't realized in all these years that basically you are, all of you, are Suldam. Well, all of you are Damani. You're no different. Each one of you are just a woman who could learn to channel. And the reason you all don't know that is you all never assumed it was something that could be taught. You all assumed that you were basically born with it like some sort of devilry and then treated it as such because that's, what your entire dogma is based off of. Period, point blank. Cool, that's nice. That's exactly how it was in the books in that way, but it's coming about in a way that doesn't make any fucking sense because, as I say, she then proceeds to use the Adom to control Rena's power, which by definition should be lesser than hers. Like, not even a joke. Like, it would just be lesser than hers because that's how it worked. She's a girl who is born without the spark, therefore her power is infinitesimally smaller than fucking Egwene's. But somehow, she takes Rena's power and uses Rena's power to choke Rena to death, which, once again, shouldn't be able to do because she still has the Adon connection. But once again, like I said, Egwene is just so badass. She's so awesome. She can just resist the pain, even though the Adon is supposed to inflict 10 to 20 times more pain back to you than it is doing to the Suldam. And you were killing the Suldam by choking her to death. I don't care how much Rena has been fucking with her over these past few months with this. How do you outwill 10 to 20 times stronger being choked to death with basically the Force? Like come on. Like, what the hell? Like, that doesn't even make fun. Like I said, it can't even happen. Like I said, if you even think of hurting your Suldam, pain. That's how an Adon works. Like, it's basically so absolutely created that the only way to beat an Adom is by removing it and using it on someone else. Like, there are so many moments in this book that need to rely on this being a thing. Like, I'll give you an example because the live action show can never get to it because it got canceled. And like I said, it got canceled for good reasons because it was fucking up. But it had a potential that was just kind of thrown aside. And I feel there was more meddling on the back end it does. And I'm going to say this and people are not going to believe me because I do believe Rafe Judkin is an actual fan. I do believe that because there are certain things that Raffi fights for that only a fan would fight for. Now, I'll give you an example. Season 1, I expected to get completely shafted on the story of Manetheren. It is in the books, it is one of the most pinnacle foreshadowing stories of all time. It is a legend of what the Two Rivers used to be, the people the Two Rivers used to be, why they are so stubborn, why they are able to basically have a life completely screw them over, and yet they will just roll up their sleeves and go for it. They will literally, by the sweat of their brow, rebuild everything. They're basically the American Christian. And for anyone who doesn't know the most famous George Washington saying, probably doesn't even actually happen to him, but it's too damn awesome now, so we're never going to not say it. The American Christian is different from any in the world because they would rather die upon their feet than live one moment upon their knees. Like that's just like how it is. Basically the Two Rivers of that. They would rather die on their fucking feet than ever be called fucking lazy. Like, that's just fucking awesome. That's just fucking grit. That's the type of shit I like. And then it makes sense when you hear the story of Manetheren, because the story of Manetheren is this was this great kingdom of war, friend to all, who would be there in any time and stood against one of the greatest forces for months upon end, giving not 1 inch without shedding blood. They died in fucking watered the blood. They watered the land with their own blood, and they said, we would do that because we know These very fields we water with our bloods will be tended by those who follow behind. Mon Etherin is like one of the most awesome fucking stories ever told within a story. It's like a bit of lore that's just so amazing. One sec, yo. Sorry, sometimes I will text up on the side because life happens. But yeah, it's one of the greatest stories. And as a fan of this story, and for the fact that as the first episode went, the moment where it should have been said was gone, I figured I wasn't going to get it. The story of Mon Etherin is probably one of my favorite things within the Wheel of Time, and I expected not to get it. And I expected not to get it because I was like, oh, this showrunner clearly doesn't understand the importance of it. But when I looked at the after, like, episode 2, it happens. Episode 2, they literally allow fucking Rosamund Pike as Moiraine Domadrid. By the way, if there was anything I do have to give this show credit for, Rosamund Pike as Moiraine Domadrid, absolute fucking goated pick. Like, that was damn near perfect casting, in my opinion. I would have, like, in matter of fact, it would have been even better because later on when she lost her power and she got younger, you could have got a different actress to play her, and it could have explained Moiraine being a little bit different later on, being more girlish and all that. But for this point in time, this Moiraine that we needed, the one that would take us into the fires of heaven, one of the greatest fucking ending fights of all time. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. But yeah, I would have killed. Like, as a matter of fact, you get a little taste of it in the live action season 3. Like, Lanfear versus Moiraine in that one, why they do some stupid shit in the fight. I was like, yeah, this is about exactly what I wanted. I wanted these two women to just be down and dirty, beating the fucking shit out of each other by the end of it because they're so evenly matched. Like, whoo, boy, it would have been great to see the fires of heaven moment. Like I said, I'm very much the guy that I would have suffered a little bit. But this moment, like I said, all that happened. Egwene kills Rena. Somehow doesn't not only not pass out from the pain, but just doesn't die herself. Because I'm sorry, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure if a Sul'dam dies, the Damani fucking dies. That's always how it was supposed to be. Matter of fact, I'm probably going to go back and reread the fucking books just to see if I'm correct about that rule. I'm pretty damn sure that's what would fucking happen. Even if by some stupid miracle this 2 ring of stupidity worked, yeah, whatever. And like I said, this ruins so much shit because as you go down the line, one of the greatest like turnaround moments in the fucking books is when Nynaeve finally realizes she can turn her fear against Moghedien when they're in the world of dreams. And she fucking puts an Adom on her neck and then proceeds to use the woman like a tool to help Rand fight fucking... Oh, what's his name? What is his name? I can't not say it. Robbie! I love that. I love the way the fucking voice actor says it in the book. It's just so perfect. She it's like a, and then they continue to use the Adom against her, and they find out so much about the Adom from using it against Moghedien. And literally, Moghedien, one of the Forsaken, one of the most clever Forsaken that is known for never being caught, being the spider, being the one behind the scenes, is taken and used against her will as a weapon by a bunch of girls. Like, literally to her, a bunch of girls. Like, Moghedien's hundreds of years old, and these girls that are like in their late teens, early 20s are just giving her to run around, shaking her down for different weaves. Weaves are different spells in the Wheel of Time, for anyone that knows. And it's like, if that person, if Moghedien was so absolute, like even in the world of dreams, she couldn't get out of the Adom. Like, it was so absolute and destructive on her mind, she realized she was fucked. Like, the Adom was so perfectly created that even in Telayan Riyadh, she could not break its rules. Do you know how fucking insane that is? Do you know how absolutely incoherently wild that shit is? Come on, bro. And they just completely destroy it in one scene. There is only, okay, and this was me being very, 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 actually nope. I just thought about it for 2 seconds. I can't even use it as defense. But let me get to the point. It comes up in season 3. It was going to be a very in the Wheel of Time. There is something known as the Domination Band. It is an Adom for men. And it is unique in the way that it has 2 bracelets and 1 neck piece. And the reason being is because one woman cannot simply forcibly control a man. It takes 2 to forcibly control a man. Matter of fact, that is a very, very, very important thing that echoes even into the end with Kalendor. It takes 2 to control the flows of a man against his will. It is important. Let's just put it that way. It is very important. So basically, the Domination Band is probably the closest to working like an actual link will work, because it's 2 women linked together with one in control to dominate the man. And it's very cool, very interesting, all that and so. But the only reason Rand, sorry, this is gonna be it's a downer, but it only happens because of a special incident. So it's not like it ruins the overall tension of the story up to that point, because it wouldn't have worked until this point. But Book 12, Gathering Storm, Rand does eventually get the Domination Band put around his neck by Semirog, one of the Forsaken, and one of the people he thought was his followers. I forget her fucking name. She's a green. I do know she's a fucking green. I remember that very, very vividly. But her and her get the Domination Band around Rand's neck, and they are so absolutely able to control this man, they start making him choke the living life out of one of the women he loves. And even though he's doing it, because she knows how bad Adoms are and how absolute they are, she still forgives him while he's doing it. And that forgiveness breaks this man so much that he is able to destroy the Domination Band. Now, let me put that in fucking perspective. The Domination Band is clearly made out of Quendiar. Period. It is Quendiar. That is why, one of the reasons why it's so important. It's black Quendiar, but it is Quendiar nonetheless. Quendiar is something that cannot simply be destroyed by the power. It is only destroyed by the sheer corruption of the Dark One's influence upon the world. That is how crazy Quendiar is. And this man is only able to break out of this male Adom made of Quendiar because he had touched... what is his name? What is his name? I can't get this name wrong. I fucking love this character, and it's a character I would have loved to play. But what is his name? It begins with an M. He was Nameless, basically. I will fucking remember the name of it. The Nameless at the time, Ashamael's new form. I'm drawing a blank on it, but the 2 of them quashed balefires at one point, and it creates a weird connection between the 2. And the connection is partially linked to the fact that he has the Nameless at the time, Ishamael, when he comes back, he has access to what's called the True Power. The True Power is the Dark One's power. That was the power that they were trying to reach both Lanfear and Asmodean back in the Second Age that created the Boar, and the Boar allowed the Dark One to come out and eventually influence the world. Not touch the world, because if he touched the world, he would have destroyed it, but he is able to influence the world. Because of this little connection, Rand learns how to control the true power. He gains access to the true power. Something so stunning that when Semirog realizes he has trust the true power, she feels absolutely forsaken by the Dark One. Because Rand used, like I said, used that connection with Mortadine. That's it, Mortadine. It's such a fucking good name. He used the connection with Mortadine to use the true power, and by using the true power, he's able to shatter Quendiar and the Domination Band. And because it's the true power and not something else that they had control over, he's able to influence it because the Adom cannot influence the true power because it basically is made without its existence in mind. The true power is the only thing that can shatter Quendiar over time. And like I said, so it's one of the biggest moment of thing, and that's why I just want to put a literal moment of absolute insanity had to happen for the strongest canon character to break out of an Adom on his own, and they give a feat even better than that to Egwene in season 2 ending, because she does something that should be physically impossible with an Adom, using the one power, the one thing the Adom is made to overcome. It is made with the one power to control the one power. Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with you? You have ruined so many moments. Because then I'm going to be asking fucking questions like, oh, well, why doesn't the Shan-Chan just have one really good Suldam control one amazingly powerful Damani and have that Damani have like 20 fucking rings on her arm to control a bunch of other fucking Damani? You can have one Suldam with a power of like fucking 30 Damani, because once again, the way this is working, it's breaking the rules, so there's no way it's going to follow the rule of 13 here, because each one would be considered an individual connection rather than part of the similar link. So therefore, we have this stupid problem of, why hasn't the Shan-Chan tried this with the Adom? Why haven't the Shan-Chan done this to the Adom? Why have the Shan-Chan even in power with the Adom? Why haven't more Damani? Why isn't there a rebel for it? Blah, 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 blah. All of this. The Adom is the one thing that makes the Shan-Chan's rule within Shan-Chan so absolute. So absolute that even after they step their ass across the Arth Ocean and come back to Randland, the fucking Aes Sedai have to have very specific ways of dealing with them. Like, holy crap. Like, even like in the fucking in the scouring of the fucking, I'm going to call it the scouring of the tower because it just sounds a little cool. But basically, when the Shan-Chan finally do attack the White Tower in book 12, it is 12. I remember it's 12. I usually remember certain scenes by certain covers, and they have what are called the spoiler covers and the regular covers. I know the regular covers by heart. I know which books they go to, and I know the spoiler covers for very specific ones by heart. For instance, the Gathering Storms spoiler cover is Egwene holding one of the most powerful Sabriel on top of the White Tower during the raid of the Shan-Chan on the White Tower. It's one of the most amazing fucking like book spoiler fucking covers I've seen. It's really cool. I like it. It's dope. But anyway, yeah, it's the Gathering Storm. So basically, even when trained Aes Sedai, both of the Black Aja and the regular Ajas, all go against the Shan-Chan, they're still getting kidnapped and taken. If this shit stood, then that scene has no weight if they had ever gotten to it. Well, like I said, when it came down to Wheel of Time live action, it really did fucking suck that they kind of shit the bed on a lot of things. But as I said, I was just there at that point to see if they hit moments. One moment that I felt they hit pretty damn well on the head was how they recontextualize Matt Coffin in season 2. This is gonna be me. Okay, man makes plea for bad show, not because the show is good, because he liked a few scenes. basically, I think what was it? Wasn't it Donald Flynn? Wasn't that the guy's name? I have to look up the actor's name later. Who took over from Matchroom Cawthon in season 2? He was a really good Matt, and the scene that sold me as he was going to be my Matt from beginning to end was when he blows the horn. There was fucking blows the horn. Like the Horn of Valier blowing sequence is one of the most iconic sequences in the second book. It's absolutely beautiful. And I was like, they're not going to do it the same in the show because they can't. They just do not have the money for it. Now, arguably, if you were a little smarter, you actually could have done it. You actually could have done the book scene much easier than what they did in the show because the show basically had to have motherfuckers fight each other. Basically, in the books, when he blows the horn, they're standing upon a hill, looking down upon the battle. They're watching the Shan-Chan collide with the fucking Children of the Light, and everything feels like it's at a loss. And the buddies just got back together. You got Perrin, you got Matt, and you got Rand, and you just had the scene where Rand realizes that one of the men that had been following the whole time, the one that he thought was like one of the most honorable men he ever met, was actually part of the dark side. And it's actually, this scene is one of very few scenes within the entirety of the book that shows you the power Rand has that he never really uses. And let me explain it that way. There are not many people, in the books, there are only arguably 2, maybe 3 people who ever turn back to the light. This man is one of them. In the books, throughout the whole time, he's chasing the Horn of Valir, and you feel like he's doing this at first because you're like, oh, he was under his, he was like, oh, they had it, and it was under his watch, and it was so important to his very people, Faldar, the Faldarans, basically. He's one of the Faldaran, not commanders or captains. Captains and commanders are different in this thing. He's basically one of the, I would call him a sergeant. Since I can't, I guess fucking sergeant would probably be best for this. Basically like a squad commander. He's very important to Faldaran in that way. He's had many fights. He's fought, at Tarwin's Gap and all this, and he witnessed Rand come to save them all and all. It's a whole thing, and basically that witnessing of Rand is what echoes into his soul and ultimately causes him to turn back to the light. Because throughout, in the beginning of the book, he's the one that lets Padam Thaim them out and allows them to do all the killing and get the Horn of Valir. And basically, he was doing it because that's what the oath he made. Some part of him never really believed in all of it, He just wanted, easy life, so on and so forth. He felt that he was being cheated because, hey, we're having to sit here and watch this gap and fight this endless war for something that may never happen. This is bullshit. Why do I have to do this? Yada, yada. Human shit. But when he meets Rand, it changes him. It's not just because of Rand's Ta'veren nature. It's just because of what Rand did in the scope of the story, as well as the scope of the battle that he remembers most fondly, which is Tarwin's Gap. In Tarwin's Gap, at the end of the book, this is why I say I hate Season 1, because Season 1 robbed me of one of the greatest fucking hero come to power moments in a book that I had seen and read in years. When Rand touches the Eye of the World, for anyone who doesn't know, sorry, spoilers for Eye of the World, Rand al'Thor in the Eye of the World, we don't know he's going to be the Dragon Reborn. We think it's either going to be Matt, Perrin, or him. Some people started expecting Matt because Matt was getting sick and all this stuff, but then if Matt touched the dagger, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, when they finally get to the Eye of the World, they find out that the Eye of the World is the last pure essence of Saidin. I believe it was the 1,000 companions. No, it wasn't 1,000 companions. The 1,000 companions were the ones that sealed the hole. But while the 1,000 companions were doing what they did, Aes Sedai, who were still working together, both men and women, I think they said it was 300. It was either 200 or 300, all came together to seal a piece of Sidene away from the Dark One. They basically gave their lives to make sure that in the future, the Dragon Reborn's first ultimate touching of the power was clean Sidene. Now this kind of didn't work because, the Dragon Reborn is clearly going to be so powerful that he's somebody born with the spark. Because he's born with the spark, he's going to touch the power way before he ever got to the Eye of the World. But it does still serve a purpose because he gets to experience what true clean Sidene is. And that's very important for the scene I wanted the live action show to get to and why I was willing to give it some time. Because I just wanted to see this scene and nothing else. If it got this scene, I'd have been happy. If anyone wants to know, there is a scene in Book 9. The very ending of Book 9 is my favorite scene in all of the Wheel of Time. The cleansing of Sidene. Sorry for the spoiler, but gosh, it's something I just can't keep in. Like, it's something that is hinted at through the entirety of the books up to that point. Is like he will do things, like basically throughout the prophecies, he will do things that are impossible. And one of the things is he will cleanse what cannot be cleansed. And that line sticks around. It's like, it's just there, and it's kind of like, oh, that's a little weird. Like, why is that line there? And like, as a reader, you look on it, you don't really think much of it. But then eventually... Oh. But yeah, eventually you realize clearly the cleansing what cannot be cleansed, or is basically cleansing what was broken, or what it is very specific. I had to go back. I actually do love the line, but basically he cleansed the uncleansed, and that means he is somehow going to cleanse Sidene. He is going to fix what cannot be fixed. He is going to take the Dark One's evil itself out of Sidene. Not just a piece of Sidene, all of Sidene. Like, that's insane. That's basically taking something out of infinity. How the fuck are you gonna do that? But, here we are. And like I said, I was waiting to get to that moment. I was willing to go through all this bullshit to get to that moment. And I actually had hope that if we did get to that moment, I'd be happy because of this scene with Matt. Like I said, in the books, they're upon the hill. He blows the horn. The fog comes in, and throughout the fog, Artir Hawkwing and a bunch of characters of legend come out. All the heroes of the horn come forth. They greet Rand as the dragon. They greet Perrin as the blacksmith, and they greet Matt not only as the hornblower, but as the gambler. This is very important for what I'm about to argue here for this scene in the live action, and it's probably going to piss off a bunch of other Wheel of Time fans. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't grow up with the Wheel of Time. I don't have the grow-up nostalgia with it, and even if I did, I remove fucking nostalgia from any logical look into lore. I remove nostalgia, because if you don't, you're going to fucking make a bunch of arguments and defenses for things that shouldn't be made for. And that's why I was like, this comes with no nostalgia. This just comes from a man that he saw the essence of the scene from the books being filtered through the lens of someone who was trying to do as much as they could. While I had been robbed of season 1, where Rand first touches the Eye of the World and gains all this power and is able to basically weave the one power in ways we had not seen since the beginning of the book. Basically, one of the most confusing things in the Wheel of Time is the prologue. Till this day, people say it's probably one of the shittiest fucking prologues ever. I argue different. I argue it's probably secretly one of the most genius prologues of all time, because it completely it does what I kind of do to myself whenever I try to learn a new language. I will throw myself completely into the world of that language and live confused on purpose, because living with confusion ultimately makes you want to understand. It makes me want to dig deeper into something. And that say confusion works very well in the Wheel of Time. Matter of fact, if the prologue had not been the way it was, I would not have been as hooked by the end of book one as I was. Because as book one slowly unfolded, I started to understand the confusion I was getting from the beginning. Because in the beginning, Robert writes it as if you have been reading this story forever, basically. Writes it as a true story with no beginning or ending should be written. You come in to a scenario at basically after an act 2. It's about to go into an act 3 fucking resolution action, but this is like the end of act 2. Basically, the hero's at the low point. We come in when Luz Thera's Terramon is at his lowest fucking point. He has gone so mad, he has killed his entire family using the power, and he is completely ignorant of that fact. He thinks that they have been attacked by the Forsaken. It's so bad. Like, he is so confused, and when he sees the woman he loves, he doesn't even recognize her face. And the reason he doesn't recognize her face is because at the moment he's lost in his mind. He's lost in that memory of his beloved. The yellow-haired milksop, as Lanfear would call her. I forget her fucking name. It's not Egwene. It's not Elaine. It's very fucking close, though. I remember the yelling of it, but basically, he's looking for his wife, and he just walked over the corpse of his wife. And the reason he walked over the corpse is because, in his mind, she's still young because he's forgotten everything that's happened up to now. He doesn't realize that he's old. He even looks at a reflection of himself and doesn't recognize who this fucking tattered old man is. Like, he's like, who is this tattered old man that looks to be wearing my livery? Like, well, you know, shit like that. And it allows the villain to come in and have one of the most asshole-ish monologues I have ever fucking seen. Basically, Ishamael strolls the fuck in using the true power, and it's being explained to us as if we understand what the one power or the true power even is. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? What's this dude doing? Why is things warping? Is that real? Is it a metaphor? Is this reality? What the hell's going on? You do not get any of those fucking questions answered. It just comes at you matter of fact. Like, no, this is happening. Sorry, bitch, this is reality. You don't understand it as reality yet, but by the time you get to the end of the book and you see the parallels, you'll understand this is reality the whole time and shit's about to get fucking real. So, basically, Ishamael comes in, talks shit. He's like, ah, damn, man, this kind of sucks because you're kind of stupid right now. Like, your brain is so rattled by the Dark One's touch that I can't even sit here and enjoy the fact that I'm gloating to you. So even though I have always sucked at healing magic, and I am nowhere near as good as those sisters of yours, I am going to use the true power to give you a moment of clarity so I can gloat to you. Grabs this man by the head, uses the true power to basically reset his brain for long enough that he becomes the dragon again in that moment. He becomes his buddy, Luz Theron Telamon. And he can sit there and he can be regretful. He can be against them. And then Ishamael can just sit there and laugh because this riddled, addled fool of an old man doesn't even know that it was not I. Like, he has one of the greatest moments. Like, he looks around, like, he gets clarity. He's like, what the hell happened? What did you do? You killed my family. Like, what all this? And then, like, Ishamael just hits him with the truth. We're like, no, Luz Theron, it wasn't I. It was you who did this. And then, like, the realization starts settling in because his mind's coming back to him, and he realized he wrought everything to bedrock of what he loved. And the moment is so agonizing, so destructive to this man's psyche. And okay, to be honest, I'm gonna be real here. I'm gonna have to go back and like read the text because I know for a fact there are so many like missays in the actual audiobooks, and the audiobooks are what I'm more familiar with because I do love the performances of the audiobooks. I have read the books front to back myself. I have them all on my shelves upstairs in their hardcover forms. I could literally just go pull that motherfucker down and read it right now. But I'm in the middle of streaming, and unfortunately that's all the way upstairs, and I don't want to just have a bunch of people just sitting here looking like, man, what the fuck going on here? But yeah, anyway. As I was saying, it's like a beautiful moment because in that moment of hatred, of sadness, of his own self-destruction, he realizes it was his fault. And he reaches out, and then, like I said, in the audiobook, I could be wrong here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to have to go back and double check. I'm pretty sure it says he reaches out not to the one power, but the true power. Which, if that is true, if that's true of what I'm remembering, that's also a very, very amazing bit of foreshadowing for way, way later on when Rand realizes what the touch of the Dark One actually is and how it works and how he can use it against him. But anyway, him and the Shamael have this moment, and the Shamael's just laughing at him and just enjoying it. He's like, look at him. He destroyed everything you want. He's like, I didn't even have to do anything. I'm the winner. Basically having a whole good moment because he's about to spend the next fucking 100-some-odd years trying to set up a game against this motherfucker for when he's reborn. So basically, he reaches out the power, draws in more of the... First of all, he travels. And traveling is explained in such a matter-of-fact way at this moment that we don't understand he's traveling. Then we feel him reaching out the power, and then we hear about him reaching in and taking more of the one power than any man could draw. And that's when he fucking strikes the world down and starts the destruction of the world and basically sends everything into hell by creating dragon mounts, calling upon the one power to wipe himself from the face of the earth because he cannot accept the fact that he destroyed everything he loved. That's how Dragon Mount's created. That's how Tarvalin's fucking valley gets split. Basically, the end of that prologue is Ishamael standing upon what will eventually become Tarvalin. The fucking island in the middle of the river split, looking up at fucking Dragon Mount, at what is now his friend's grave, knowing that his friend's gonna have to come back and they're all gonna have to do this shit again, because Ishamael's ultimate sadness is that he learned the secrets of the world, and then learned secrets of the world, he realized that him and Lews Therin have been doing this same shit for literal eons. Basically, Ishamael was the first man to reach into his past, and by reaching into his past drove himself mad. And it is this very madness itself that kind of gives the Dark One, you know, his whole thing with the taint and all that. But yeah, that prologue happens, and it parallels in the end, because in the end it very much does the same thing. You will hear about a bunch of powers that you don't understand. They will be revealed to you matter-of-factly. Rand will touch the eye of the world, and he basically becomes a glowing god. People basically felt the dragon really had just come back from nowhere. Like, he touches the power, destroys Aganor. That's his fucking name, Aganor. I could not remember the guy's name. Aganor, that's the boy. Aganor fucking tried to steal the one power from him. Rand fucking not only cuts him off from the one power, but cuts him off from the Dark One, thus driving him completely mad. And then destroying him. And then in that moment, Rand just makes stairs. And you're like, that's fucking weird. Like, he's made stairs. Like, he's like, oh, he starts ascending stairs in the darkness, and he sees a light at the end of the stairs. And you don't know it at the point, but that's skidding. Skidding is basically the lead into traveling. You don't have to make stairs and walk them. You can basically just create a platform that floats you to where you need to go. Rand doesn't know that at the time, but he's just doing he's basically interacting with these things as if he would interact with them in the world. And to him, they're just matter of fact now. He's like, I created stairs that lead me to where Ashamael, where Beelzebub, they call him at the time, is hiding. And I'm going to fucking... He thinks Beelzebub's the Dark One, so he goes to Beelzebub, fights him, cuts off the fucking severance to the Dark One, and sends him into a spiral, which actually makes Ashamael go mad. He doesn't kill him the first time. A lot of people get confused about that. He actually severs his tie to the Dark One, and then severing his tie to the Dark One takes away his ability to be immune to the madness. Without that connection to the Dark One, you can't use Sidene or the True Power without going mad. Even with that connection to the Dark One, using the True Power will drive you mad anyway, because it's power unlike anything you've ever wielded before. That's part of the reason why Beelzebub looks the way he does, or Shamiel looks the way he does in Book 1, Book 2, and Book 3, is because he's used his power for so long, for so many years, so willingly, so nonchalant, because he gave up. He gave up completely on Sidene and went straight to the True Power. He basically destroyed himself. The madness that already... He basically forced himself to go through the madness that all the other male channelers were going through for no damn reason at all, other than the fact that he felt the True Power was the correct way to do things. Even though whenever he used the True Power, the world itself would scream whenever he tried to use it to create weaves. Like, that's like just little fucking... also little things like that. You don't get that from fucking writers anymore. Like... I remember those descriptions because they make the True Power that much more menacing. Like, knowing that even if you are the Dark One's most favorite, even if you're nameless, you are not immune to the madness that the True Power is, because the True Power is everything. And to put it this way is... when the Creator brings people back out in the world, he never brings them back with their memories, even though in Tel-Ayan Riyadh, those who are attached to the Horn, those who are attached to the Cycle, always have their memories. And it's because in this world where they have, quote-unquote, woken from the dream, they are not limited by the bounds of the physicality of man. You don't have a physical brain that can be rattled or fucking destroyed by these memories. Even the show, and I'm going to give the show even the show remembered to, like, they had to put it in a line, and I hate that they had to put it into a line, but I get why you had to, because you really couldn't show this in that, you couldn't have given us that information and show then as efficiently as you could with Tell at that point. It sucks, but yeah, there we are, that's how it is. Dazzle, I don't fucking care. Fuck Dazzle. Anyway, like I said, it's like all these little things just come together. It's absolutely beautiful. But as he's going through, he eventually does take the power, and he does just flat out travel at one point. Like the first stairway he does go up, he ascends into the battlefield at Tarwin's Gap, because this entire time he has been guilty, because Lan should be at Tarwin's Gap with the Faldarans. He should be calling the Golden Crane. He should be calling the banners of fucking not my Netherite, what is the fucking... I'm gonna get so much shit. I'm gonna get so much shit for not. It's also a damn M. It's gonna... okay, for all of us know, Lan is the king of a long-forgotten kingdom that has fallen to the Blight. It was originally known as the last fight against the Blight. It was basically... I cannot fucking... I can remember his fucking name, Alan Mandragoran. In completion, I can remember Mundar. I can remember all this other shit. But lo and behold, I will always get Monetherin and his city confused till the end of time. What is it? 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 I should just Google it at this point. I refuse. Basically, he should be calling the Golden Plain As long as one woman wears, as one man wears the kasai. Well, it's one woman wears the kasai, one man wears the hidori. What is no no, not Mithrandrael. That is Lord of the Rings, sir. Oh, oh man, I'm gonna get shit if people ever see it. But yeah, anyway, basically his kingdom is supposed to come to the final battle, and the way the Paldaran see it is that Tauren's Gap right now is going to be the final battle. It looks like the Dark One's army is moving in, and he's finally going to take over, and this is the end. Basically, the first book is set up in a way where you know it's not the end, but it raises the stakes high enough to where it feels like it could be the end. And, you know, any good writer has to do that. If you don't know you're going to get your... If you don't know you're actually going to get your sequel and able to finish out your story, you have to kind of write the first book in a way that it is an absolute end if need be, but is open enough to be clear that there is much more. And he does a pretty good job at that. I wish he could have like left it a little more open-ended, but clearly Robert knew he was getting his sequel. So let's just be fucking real here. Like he wrote it in the way he did because he had to do it. It's the way you do it. But he knew he was getting his sequels. So yeah, like I said, he should be leading the gap, and Rand was feeling bad about that, and because it was on his mind, when he skidded, it took him to that battlefield. And because he is literally holding all the power that is currently within the eye of the world within himself, when he arrives at the battlefield, he basically looks like a glowing golden god. Everyone literally thinks the dragon himself has been brought back by the creator to have this final fight. Matter of fact, this is one of the very few moments in the series you will hear the creator's voice, as confirmed by the writers of both Brandon. I'm pretty sure Brandon's confirmed it. I know his wife has confirmed it, and I know pretty much Robert himself at one point confirmed it, that when he goes to face Ishamael, the first time and the final time are the times you hear the voice of the creator, basically ushering in the moment that has been led up to at this point. So yeah, basically you hear the creator and you know shit's going down. And Rand, he just doesn't like really understand like how to use weaves, because like this goes back to things like about like, oh, you know, people who use the one power tend to use their hands even though they don't have to. They tend to make movements even though they don't have to. Like some people will always come out of the fact and like throw a fireball like it's an actual ball, basically. And it's something that gets locked in. The way you learn is the way you learn it. Like, it even comes up later with Avienda. She learned how to travel accidentally at one point, and because she locked in the weave in that way, in that mannerism, the way they learned to weave later, she never understood. Which goes to show you there are multiple ways to do weaves, as well as multiple ways to not do weaves. And that if you don't ever figure out how you did your original weave, you're never going to be the same as you were before. But it actually leads to Avi into doing many things. Sorry, we're just going in fucking tangents and circles here. But to get back to the damn point, he starts slamming, basically slams his fist on the ground in anger. He fucking opens up the earth itself beneath the Trolloc army. And like, everyone at Tarwin's Gap basically feel that they just watched the creator himself lay down a blessing upon them. And one of the people who happened to be in the battle was this captain. I'm fucking going to call him captain, even though I know for a fact he's not a captain because they call... Yeah, but I'm going to call him a captain because I'm pretty sure he's just a fucking captain in reality. But in that moment, Rand unknowingly broke this man's connection to the Dark One. Usually you have to take a certain oath and you have to take it on a rod, much like the Aes Sedai take their rod oath and all that shit. The ones who do it without power don't necessarily use the rod. Usually the ones with power do, because they can bind themselves to said power. Therefore, Black Aja have it, but he doesn't. So he has his own loose morals, basically, is what I'm saying. And in that moment, he realized it was all real, in a way. Like he always expected he was going to die at Tarwin's Gap. He always expected that that was the life of a Faldara, and that's how he was going to live. He didn't have a choice. The wheel had made the choice for him. That's usually part of the way the Dark One gets to you. Is the Dark One takes advantage of the fact that we are human and we do want free will. We do want choice, and the wheel itself seems to rob people of choice. It really doesn't, because the wheel doesn't give a shit, but that's the way it's always sold, and that's the way the Dark One's able to always usually get into the minds and souls of these motherfuckers. But in this moment, Rand is able to break that with his Randness. Like, being the dragon, it's clear that there's more to it. Like, you were chosen by the creator in a way that is beyond inspiration, beyond connection, beyond links. But basically, in that moment, he freed him, and throughout the second book, he's trying to redeem himself for what he does at the beginning / end of the first book / beginning of the second book. He's trying to make up for the fact that he let Podon Thane out, and Podon Thane went and killed people that he really cared about, because Podon Thane is really truly evil. He really believes in no oaths, no nothing. It's just how the way things are. And in brushing against that true evil, as well as brushing against the true good that is Rand's nature, throughout the story he tries to redeem himself by finding the horn. He's like, he feels if he finds the horn, he can make up for that sin that he did at the beginning of the book. He feels that he can make up for all those mistakes. He feels that he can be forgiven for making that oath to the Dark One in that moment of weakness. And the person he turns to in that moment of redemption is Rand. He turns to Rand like you would a prophet or an acolyte of something you believed in. And he basically admits to Rand the truth that this whole time you've looked at me as such a good man, but I'm not a good man. I'm just trying to make up for the sin that I did. And I realize in this moment I finally can. Because in that moment he realizes that figure that he saw in that battle was Rand. He realizes that Rand, for a lack of non-corny way of saying it, Rand is the savior that he needs. He's the savior the world needs. He's going to be the one that can finally stand against the Dark One. He's going to be the one that can defy the wheel. He's going to be the one that could change everything that he believed was going to be absolute. And in that moment, he asks Rand for forgiveness. He doesn't ask the creator. He asks Rand because in that moment, he's doing two things. And let me to explain. In Faldara, usually the second in command is like the most experienced after the guy in command. But because of the specific nature of what they were chasing, one of the great generals, the leader of the Faldarans, he decided that Rand needed to be the second on this one. That if the main guy ever fell, it was Rand's group to lead. Yep. It was his people to lead. That Faldara was going to be for the dragon, because they are there. The dragon came from them in their time of need. They would be there for the dragon in his greatest moment of need. They would be his army. That's kind of what leads to Masima going crazy and being a zealot. That's kind of what leads to the splitting of the group in the third book. All this shit that's set up for later, from this very little moment of this man asking Rand if a man can be redeemed. Should a man be able to be redeemed? It's like it's more of like he's questioning the act of it. Like, he doesn't feel he's going to be redeemed. You can tell that in his heart and soul. He does not feel in any way, shape, matter, or form. Hold on a second, y'all. Yellow? I'm playing a game and streaming online. What's up? Sorry, y'all. Life, life comes before everything else. But yeah, like the very just questioning something you don't really get anymore was more of like a bigger existential question put into the text to give it a more weight and gravitas, something that a actual person would wonder. It's like, what ultimately does qualify one for redemption? Should one be able to be qualified for redemption? And that's why he talks to Rand, because in his mind, especially after that moment, Rand is the closest thing to the Vine he's ever going to get. And as far as he's concerned, he is the creator in a way. He is chosen by the creator. So he gets asked his question, so to speak. And Rand, just being a normal farm boy, he does believe in the idea of redemption. You can tell he does. And he's like, in that moment when he realizes that even a man this great can be brought to his knees by the Dark One, it's the moment that sets forth the third one. And it's getting back to that original point I got. If you think the second and the third book are similar, you're absolutely fucking retarded. And like I said, it's just, he gets the point, he gets the redemption, and like I said, you get there, and like all that little beautiful moment. They try to keep it in the show, they don't, but then like, yeah, just so much. And I'm trying to get back to my original tangent, but I've kind of lost. Thanks to that call, I lost a bit of the plot, and it's going to be harder to bring back, so I'm just going to fucking shoehorn it back. Basically, the point I was trying to fucking make here through all of this crap was the scene that I felt they came close to doing decently was when Matt blows the horn. And the reason I got into the cycle and all this shit is because I wanted it all to be in your mind when I say this and piss off the fans out there who probably really hated the scene and wanted the original scene and feel that it goes against something that was said in the last book. And I argue I don't think that was actually probably said by the original writer. That was probably something that was shoehorned in by the one finishing the writing. I have no proof. I can't see the fucking notes. I can't know what Brandon did versus Robert, but I do not feel, it doesn't feel like a Robert-esque moment. It feels like if it was a Robert-esque moment, okay, to explain. For my argument here to work, it is going blatantly against a line that is said within the Memory of Light. When Matt meets the Heroes of the Horn again, I'm not going to say how he does it because ruining that would be actual fucking crime. That twist, you'll see. If you ever find a way to fucking get through all 14 books, 15 if you want to include New Spring as well. If you ever find a way to get through all the books and finally get to this moment, there's a moment where Matt asks, could he not be a hero of the Horn? He's talking to Artir Hauntwing, and then Artir basically insinuates that if you don't, like, the Horn doesn't, like, forcefully choose heroes, it only so on and so forth. But it's clearly Artir trying to be nice to Matt. He knows Matt. He clearly knows enough about the guy who Matt is, or whoever Matt is reincarnated from. I'm sorry. He's clearly on the fucking cycle. He has so many fucking past memories. One of his powers, for fuck's sake, is based off of his past life and past memories. There's no way he's not connected to the Horn. But Artir Hawkwing, being the good leader he is, because a good leader would do this, he puts Matt at ease by saying, you won't be attached to the Horn because you don't want to be. Even though in fucking reality, we know Matt's attached to that damn Horn, and no matter how much he wants to be detached from that Horn, he's not going to. He's probably part of the cycle. Would he be one of the heroes of the Horn? That is the question. And that is the question that goes back into this. Like I said, one of my favorite scenes in the second book is when Matt blows the horn. And in the book, it's the moment where we as the audience and Matt is also reassured he's not this evil that he thought he was, or he's not, and like we are assured he's not like the turncoat. Like one could argue if you didn't know much about it, you would think Matt would be like not the rogue with the heart of gold, but the trickster. He would be the false heart of gold that eventually turns against him. But no, that's not how it's played out here. It's actually played the opposite. Matt is so much of a heart of gold, he can't be turned to darkness. That's part of the whole crux of his story, if you want to argue that, because he was able to survive being touched by one of the most significant evils in the world, one of the evils that are so significant and so powerful that it exists not only outside the creator but the dark one, and exists in opposition of the dark one from how its evil is constructed. That's how Rand is even able to cleanse Sidene, spoilers, is by using this said evil that Matt comes in contact with. And it's through this that we establish, like I said, Matt's swagger. And in the show, they were giving Matt a bit more of a story at this point than he had in the books. Because in the books, no offense to books, but it's because you didn't really need this. Because the things Matt was going through were way far beyond anything that should be back at home. But when you're in a show not tell sort of genre, it doesn't work as well. Like, for instance, Matt just being good at a quarterstaff makes sense in the fucking books, as because it's very extensively shown that yes, farmers with their quarterstaffs are good enough to beat some of the greatest swordsmen of all time. There is an entire fucking story around how the greatest swordsman of all time only ever lost to a farmer with a quarterstaff. Now, this is like a double-edged story. It has multiple meanings, and you can even argue that it's a metaphor. For instance, I argue that it wasn't actually a farmer that beat him. In reality, it was the type of man that Rand's father was, that Tam Althor was. Tam Althor was the type of man who clearly wanted to go out in the world and do something more than himself. And it's clearly because at heart this man was a warrior. That's why he's able to become why he's able to become a blade master, and why he has a heron marked blade. Why Rand is so fucking talented in his ways, and not only because he's a dragon, but because he was raised by a man who was so good that the only person who could outshoot him in a bow competition was Abel Coffin, who is Matt Coffin's father. And Abel is set up as the one who taught Matt everything he knows, because when you run a fucking farm, you pass everything on to your eldest son, and the eldest son is the one who passes on to the next generation. That's how it works. That's how the whole metaphor of the greatest swordsman of all time lost to a farmer with a quarterstaff. You could make so many metaphorical arguments about what that story really means, but clearly he lost to someone who was the equivalent to a Tam Althor. He had the warrior spirit in him, but unlike the swordsman, who only did this for sake, like whatever you want to say, a swordsman, you do it for honor, you either do it for honor and country, you do it for money, or you do it for glory, or you do it for all three. Let's say, for the sake of brevity, he's all three. He clearly wants to be the best swordsman, so he goes for the glory. He clearly is a naturally born soldier, so on and so forth, yada yada. But the only person he couldn't beat was a man who came at him with a weapon that he was so familiar with, not because he was a warrior, not because he was a fighter, but because that man had to work a quarterstaff-like object for survival every day of his fucking life. He hoed the fields. He threw the pails of hay. He herded the sheep. He fucking shoed cow. All of this shit this man did for survival. That's clearly what the main metaphor it is. It's like, do not simply disregard someone because you believe they are beneath you. Because you may be shocked at what someone beneath you may outdo you at. Like that's like the main metaphor that clearly that story is trying to hook on to, and it makes sense because like, hey, you may be this great warrior, but if you went up against a person who does this for survival, you will lose because you're not doing this to survive. You're not doing this because you have to. You're doing this because you want to. And the difference between have and want does so much for what motivates you. And that's clearly like what the quarterstaff and the farmer with the quarterstaff whole story is about. And it's very good, very beautiful. But Matt is like the personification of that story because he manages to beat two princes who are unironically both go on to be fucking Heron Mark blade wielders. One of them goes on to be one of the better swordsmen of the modern age. The only person who could outdo him was Rand or Alan Mondragon him fucking self. Like it took like just to get you an idea of this. Like that who's Matt is. There is no way this man is not on that fucking horn. There's no way he's not a hero. So when the show does their moment of the heroes for the horn, they have Matt blow the horn. And in this moment, Matt is at a very low. Because everyone is treating him like evil. Because like, oh, he touched a dagger. Clearly he survived it. You're not like the other ones. Even Padan Thane tries to turn Matt against him. And I say, oh, thank God, someone remembers who Matt's actual villain is. Because having Padan Thane be the one to do this conversation makes so much sense, especially when you know the connection to the dagger and what happens later on in the final book between him and Padan Thane. I kind of wish Robert Jordan was still alive and was the one to write it because it was very clear that there was supposed to be way more than what was happening with Padan Thane and we didn't get to see it. To be fair, it may have been in notes, but it may have got cut out for brevity's sake because that last book was already going to be ridiculous to the point we had to separate it into 3 books. But, you know, I feel that I feel that that final moment between Matt and Padan is kind of taken away in the books that could have been. I was waiting to see what the show was going to do with it because the show clearly had it in mind. Yep. Like I said, some people were right. Fucking Rosamund Pike as Moraine Damodred. Perfection. Zoe as Nynaeve. Even though she was race swapped, I did not care. That woman felt like Nynaeve to me. The way she moved, the way she talked, the way she fucking grabbed the braid. Like I wish she had like the classic braid so she could have done it way more. They could have done it, but they fucking, we're not gonna get into that. Like, I as a half black man could tell you a million times about black people's hair and the problem with it, but we try to fight it. And as a man who has both mixed together, I'm gonna let you know you can't win. In the end, you will not win. The hair will win. Always. Never forget it. But yeah, so like I said, Matt blows the horn, and in this moment, he's so low. He, like I said, he feels like this. Because in the show, they make Abel Cawthon a piece of shit. It sucks. It's one of the greatest assassinations done within the first episode. Oh, Abel, you poor bastard. Abel Cawthon being gutted and Matt's mom being gutted, that hurt. Like, I know why you did it, so we could... They needed to visually show Matt being a good-hearted rogue. And they had to explain to us why Matt was a rapscallion. In the books, you don't have to do it as much because it's like, oh, you get it. He's an old farm boy. He likes to get into mischief because the farm life is boring. That's clearly what's going on here because farm life is boring. He's a little bit of a mischief maker. His mischief sometimes varies off way too dark. And because of that, it gets him into trouble. And when he gets into trouble, sometimes he gets into trouble that he can't get himself out of so easily. But by the skin of his teeth and his luck, he is able to pull through. That is Matt's character. Easy to do in a book with the setup they had. Was not easy to do in the show with the setup they had. Because if Abel Cawthon was this good, down-to-earth, you know, blue-collar man, his mother was this good, down-to-earth, blue-collar woman, and the only moments you get to see of Matt's brevity is him being nice to his bratty sisters, it doesn't work the same way. So instead, what they did was they assassinated the characters of the two parents in order to give Matt more depth so that they could take the sisters and make them into more, what's the word I'm looking for, sympathetic characters. Because if the sisters were just little brats and everything was like a little perfect family and Matt was just a little brat, people would not connect with him like they would need to by that point in season 2. It was clear that all this was done. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, it's clear that all this was done in service of that goal. I get it. It led to this moment, and this moment actually worked for me, like I said, because this is one of the moments I kind of really wanted. Like I said, season 1, I got the story of Mon Etherin. The fact that Raffi Judkin literally let Moraine, done by Rosamund Pike, just sit there and monologue for damn near 10 minutes straight in a visual medium, bold fucking choice. And that's why I said I know Raffi is clearly a fan. He may not be the fan that we needed or wanted, but he was the one we got. You guys probably wanted a fan more akin to me, one that would fucking, you know, I would change shit for not brevity's sake, but strictly for the sake of trying to give the original story its best chance in the little amount of time they were clearly going to give it. Because there's no way you're going to get what you would need to do Wheel of Time, right? You would need at least 12 seasons, and those 12 seasons would have to be at least 13 to 16 episodes long with a minimum of 50 minutes apiece. And even then, you wouldn't have been able to do all you needed to do absolute justice to the Wheel of Time, because there's just too much to it. It could have been done. It wasn't done. I felt Raffi did the best he could, but once again, Raffi's own biases plus production plus the type of fucking straight Hollywood and all that was in at the time, we were never going to get. You dirty motherfuckers. You know what? You had it coming. You had it coming. You bunch of dumbass fuckers, you had it coming. Oh no, whatever shall I do? I am going to have to bust a nut. Aha, not busted, not busted, not busted, not busted. Actually, kill him. Fuck y'all. Any damn way, now that those are dead. So, Matt, finally, he got a nice little moment. He blew the horn. And in the moment of blowing the horn, because, like, the entire season 2 is setting up the fact that Matt is kind of not all the way there after the whole thing with the dagger. The dagger was done poorly. It really was. That whole dagger setup was done terribly. The fact that we didn't get Mashadar done properly will piss me off to the end of time. Because, like, fucking Shadow Logoth actually looked decent. Like, the way they did Shadow Logoth and, like, the feel they put to it, that felt right. The way they did Mashadar was just not right. I was waiting to see that ethereal, glowing silver mist. I was waiting to see, not Moradin. I will always forget the original, the black. Basically, wait, damn, not Mashadar. That's not what I want. Mashadar is Masha Shin's Black Wind. Mashadar is what I want. Okay, Look, so many fucking. It's clear that Robert Jordan drew a lot of the naming conventions from a mixture of old Latin and probably old Arabic sources and some old Hebrew sources. That's why you get a lot of evil things like Moradin, Mashadar, Mashinshin. You, because M mort mortis back into like mortality, things that we draw from Latin. Morbius is name, fucking whatever, and all that shit. I'm gonna forget a bunch of M names because there's way too many fucking M names in that thing. Let's see. Let me see. Let me rattle off a few old tongue M names. Yeah, Mashinshin, Mashadar. You have fucking Mundarb. You have Moradin. You have Monetharin. You. Oh Lord, Lord. Okay, I get it. I too steal my. We can't all be tokens, so I too do steal my fucking things from other languages that sound cool as well. I just try to make sure that if they have a similar pronunciation scheme, there is a reason to it. Being lame here and giving away the sausage, so to speak. But yeah, so him blowing the horn and somewhat getting memories of being a hero and him finally being able to break that funk that he had since season 1, where, hey, my mom said I wasn't going to be shit. I personally think I ain't going to be shit because my dad ain't shit. I mean, that's a pretty basic fucking thing that some people can all connect to. Like, shit happens in real life. That's why they gave it to him, because it's the easiest way to set up the road with a Heart of Gold story without actually having any fucking talent. But, but yeah, so that, like I was saying, you get that. Wait. Nope. So you get that. He blows the horn and he realizes he is a hero. Yay! Because all the heroes of the horn know him. They know him as the gambler, and he gets to fight alongside them. And he actually made himself a bootleg Ashandarai, and you get to see Matt with his Ashandarai, basically. Something that I was fucking robbed of after season 3. Cancellation. Like, of all the things I hated about the live action real time, I loved what I was getting with Matt. I really liked that they were giving Min and him a deeper, like, friendship connection, maybe even more, depending on how far they were willing to go. Because while Min being in love with Rand was cool, it never felt as natural as the Elaine and Avienda one. It just kind of felt like they just threw Min in there as, hey, I need someone who can read. I need somebody who can read futures. So let's just have Min be by Rand's side because she's madly in love with him. Woo, a little boring, a little whatever. I let it go, but yeah, it would have been nice because then it would have. Because both of them have a similar endpoint. For anyone who doesn't know, she becomes the truth sayer of Fortuona. Fortuona being. For anyone who doesn't know, Fortuona is the new name that Tuan takes later on in the books after she becomes the queen of the Shan-Chan rather than just being the daughter of the Nine Moons. And she is Matt's wife-to-be and wife at the end of the series. And when she meets Min, she realizes Min's a truth sayer. She's able to see the pattern. She's able to see what certain things mean. She's able to call out certain things. And because the Shan-Chan are very well in-depth into exposing the future in the pattern because they use their demonic to do so and their talents to do so, they're able to make a connection with Min that wouldn't happen before. Therefore, him and Min being like becoming really good friends throughout that 3rd season and having that rapport, maybe even having a little will they, won't they, was actually probably the best thing. And the fact that, and I will admit, I did and didn't like how the Twisted Door frame was done. I didn't. Okay, let's put it this way. I did. Okay, this is going to be a hard one here because they reveal where both Twisted Door frames are, and through doing that, confused the shit out of me because that meant that we weren't going to get very specific scenes that we would have needed from the third book in order to make some connections, but here we are. And the fact that Matt never goes with Rand to the fucking waste, I don't mind that change. I really don't. But it does rob Rand of one of the greatest accidental gotchas of all time, because like Matt is always like talking shit about Rand later on in the book, especially when he's trying to stay away from Rand, and someone just fucking flat out calls his ass out. Like, if you weren't near Rand, you'd be dead twice. Because in the books, Rand is the one that resuscitates Matt after he ends up going through the twisted door frame. Because in the third book, Matt okay, no, it's technically both the first book. In the beginning of the fourth book, Matt going through all the Tirangrial in the stone ends up in the Twisted Red Door frame. The Twisted Red Door frame one, the one that actually gives questions about, gives you answers about questions of the future. And because of the, wait, actually, damn it, I'm actually having to remember here. Because there are two. And I'm trying to absolutely remember. Yeah, okay, no, I am right. I am remembering. I was going the right way and my dumb ass just confused myself. But yeah, so in the beginning he does that one. That one's the one that tells him the future. And it basically, he's like, hey, this kind of sucks. He's like, well, answer your question. He's like, all right, cool. And he accidentally answers questions. He accidentally asks questions and gets answers that he didn't want, and it pisses him off. But because he's such a strong Ta'veren, even stronger than Artir Hawkwing, not as strong as Rand though, he's able to twist the minds of the Aelfin and the Alfin. And through doing this, he's able to get a few more answers to questions that he shouldn't do, like, you know, you will die and live again. You are daddy, the daughter of the nine moons. Like, they have this whole little rant, a real beautiful rant. And it really pisses Matt off because he's like, yo, man, this is not what I wanted. I thought I was going to get truth and I didn't get shit. So eventually when he goes to the waste with Rand, he basically only has to go to the waste with Rand for two reasons. One, he has to get a hat, and two, he has to get to the other Twisted Red Door frame so that he can get some very important items. See, the second Twisted Red Door frame, I always get the two confused. I want to say the Ilfin are the snakes. So that would have been the first door frame. The ones that told you truths are the Ilfin. I want to believe the Ilfin, the snake people, and the Alfin, the fox people, are the ones who we get to see in this season. So anyway, in the third season, we know that the door frame that tells the future is in the White Tower. I already don't like this change at all, because I don't see how Matt was ever going to get back and get his visions of the future. Because I don't remember any moment where Matt naturally ends up back at the White Tower, especially after he escapes the White Tower in season 2 / what would be book... It's also book 2. No, book 3. I'm wrong. Yeah, it's book 3. Book 3 is when he breaks away from the White Tower, and he never goes back, from what I remember. Like, even when he has to go help Egwene, I don't think he fucking goes back. So I don't know how they would have ever, in story, gotten him to the Elfin door so that he could have his fucking visions, because they're very important, and they're kind of like the whole reason he even goes to the other door frame to fucking begin with. But in season 3 of the show, they show that one's in the White Tower, so I don't know how Matt's gonna get to that one, huh? Fuck. But he ends up falling through the other one in Tanchico. They put it in Tanchico instead of having it be within Ruidian, like it was in the books. Weird change, but I mean, it's a weird change in the way that I still see how it was going to end up being where it needed to be, because there's no way Elaine Trakan was going to let a bunch of Tirangriel not come with them, especially after that Tirangriel fucking, I think it, if I remember correctly, I think it killed one of the Aes Sedai. And matter of fact, she takes one of the Tirangriel and uses it against one of the Aes Sedai, and it's the first time we get to see Balefire. And I'm not gonna fucking lie, that CG spell effect that they use for Balefire, it was not what I expected it to be, but it actually was pretty cool. I was gonna look more forward to seeing how it was used when people use Balefire, especially people like Rand, whose Balefire is so fucking powerful that it can just wipe entire towns off the map. He never does that, by the way. We just wait. No, I'm sorry. He does. He does that with a castle, not a town. So he does technically. I was gonna say that had to be in my brain for a reason. It's like, oh yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Oh yeah. So yeah, I would have. There's so many moments I would have loved to see, but yeah. Then he blows the horn and he realizes he's a little hero. Yay, woohoo. He's a gambler. But yeah, he was trying to figure out. That sets up him having memory loss even more, which season 3 was leading him. But like I said, him and Min having that connection, especially when she was going to be ending up with him in the Shan-Chan anyway, was a really, really good choice. And I was actually looking very forward to see where he went, because like I said, at the end of season 3, he does go to the door frame. He does see the fucking Aelfin. And first of all, I hate how much I loved how the Aelfin looked in this show. Because when I looked at them, all I could think was, holy shit. Holy shit, I wish David Bowie was still alive to be this character. Because they glam rocked the fuck out the Aelfin, and it actually looked kind of cool. And, like, they were menacing in the right way. They had all the movements and momentum, and they actually had me really hyped to see what the Aelfin were going to look like. Well, the Aelfin. I think it's Alfin and Aelfin. I can't remember exactly. I know one's just E, one's L. And I prefer the Isle is, like, referring to, like, eel. Eel refers to back to snake people. It's been a while. I have to go back and look at the book. But yeah, I'm just... They had it all set up in the good moments. And like I said, Matt got his moment with the Alfin. I was really happy. I was actually looking forward to seeing him fight Couladin, because the guy they got to play Couladin actually looked pretty spot on for Couladin. And he even had the swagger of him at the end of season 3. Like, Wheel of Time, the live action was not great by any stretch, but by season 3's end, I felt it was hitting a stride. It was never going to be as good as the books, of course not, because there was just too many little fucking things that played against it. Even if, like, Raffi Judkin was the fan we needed, there was no way we were gonna get the show we deserved. But they were getting key moments I wanted to see right. They got the Hero of the Horn moment right. They got the Aelfin right. They got Rand revealing himself to the fucking the Aiel correctly. Like, I was so hyped to see how the fuck we were going to get back to Kalimdor and the Stone of Tyr after that. But yeah, like I said, it got done dirty, and most people like it deserved it, but I can't say it deserved it, because unlike the other ones, I did follow it. It wasn't the greatest thing, but it was at least a decent show. Like, it reminded me of what a meh show was. Like, it was nowhere near as insulting as what happened to the fucking Dresden Files in its live-action adaptation. But at the same time, I knew that there was no way it was going to fucking... There was not going to ever, like, get the fan base in on it. And if you never got the fan base in on it, you were never going to get it to be as big as it needed to be. It needed to be bigger to keep going, even though every season it just got better ratings from the audience and the critics, which was fucking weird, I will mind you. Because in this modern day, fucking critics and audiences trying to come together on something. Actually, no. If I look back, I think the critics actually were a little pissy about it. And I think they were pissy about it just because it was actually following more of the books than they wanted it to. And I do hate to be that bearer of bad news, everyone, but if there was any show that I knew was kind of going to get the woke treatment, it was going to be the Wheel of Time, because it was the least amount of a jump you were going to have to make between a regular like a regular show and a woke show. Because I'm sorry, if you read the Wheel of Time without context, like say you're just like a fucking zoomer who knows nothing about the history of fantasy or whatever, and you just picked up the Wheel of Time, you would think it was going to be woke. You would be wrong, but you would think it. And I hate to be that person. I felt that was kind of how the Wheel of Time live action was being treated from jump. I could clearly see that they were trying to wokeify it, but I feel that they were wokeifying it to try to trick that audience into letting the show exist. They shouldn't have had to do that, but they did. For instance, one part in the trailer that pissed off a lot of people was when they said that the dragon could be both a boy and a girl. In my brain, I was like, okay, I get why you're trying to do this from a actual writing standpoint. Because if you want to give all of the Emmons Field 5 agency, and I do mean the Emmons Field 5, that is Nynaeve, Egwene, Perrin, Matt, and Rand, if you're trying to give them all the exact same amount of agency, that's the best way to do it. First of all, take away any insinuation that Egwene and Nynaeve are Ta'Veren, and instead just admit they're fucking Ta'Veren. There are many moments throughout the books where people say, I could swear you're almost Ta'Veren. Like, even the person who sees Ta'Veren's fucking Swan Sanche says that directly to Egwene's face. It's meant to show us that, hey, what she is doing is on the level of almost being Ta'Veren, but she isn't actually Ta'Veren. If you know what I mean. Because anyone who knows, Swan Sanche in the books actually has the ability to see Ta'Veren. It is one of her ability. It's just like her ability. She has it, and so does Logain Ablar. You don't figure out Logain has it till much later when certain things unfold. Because when Logain first sees Rand sitting upon like the walls in Camelin, he starts laughing. Also, they kept that scene. It wasn't the same because they had to do it in fucking Tar Valon. I really wasn't happy about it, but they did keep the fucking laugh. They kept it, like, it's like I said, there were too many moments where things like that happen that if this was actually like just some wokeified assholes just trying to completely ruin the show, that scene would not exist. You would take it away completely because there is no one in that scene who is benefiting from the woke crowd, because the only people who are there are the same people who were there in the books. The only thing that's different is Matt is there now while Rand is being laughed at, so it's less obvious why it's happening. And matter of fact, if you knew anything about Logain Ablar, you would have known in that moment he would have been seeing both of them glowing because both of them are Ta'Veren. There's like a whole moment in the books where Logain admits it, and he tells like why he laughed at Rand on the thing. We get like his POV from his mouth, and if I'm remembering correctly from the books, it's because Nynaeve, because he's been severed. Because he's been not stilled, but fucking gentle, because they call it gentling from a man. Basically, being severed from the connection of the one power. For a man, it's called being gentle. For a woman, it's called being stilled. Both both very, very dark ways of putting it, but both very, very dark implications exist there for a reason. Gentling a man is like, oh, you're taking away his power, you're making him weak. And that's exactly what happens to them. They get gentle, they become suicidal, they become not a man in the eyes of the world. Just like the same thing happens when a woman gets stilled. It's almost like she loses something that made her a woman and it takes away from her. And the only people who actually are able to get past being stilled are very strong willed people. People who have the ability to set their own goals. Much like in real life, where the two things that I'm not going to say what the two things they're trying to parallel in real life there, what those two wordings are, but it's very obvious to me. And in that obviousness, I do have to say they are correct in their assumption that yes, this is exactly what does fucking happen to both genders in these scenarios when those things you're trying to parallel actually do happen. So, that all said and done, by that point, he was gentle. So when he lasted Rand, it did confuse a lot of people. And the reason it confused a lot of people, because a lot of people assumed that he was seeing that Rand had the one power. But anyone who knows, men cannot see a glow or halo around another man who wields the one power like women can with other women. That is actually one rule that's relatively similar. Like, you will know a man can channel, but you won't see like a halo, you won't see the power. It's not like how women see other women. And it all has to deal with like how the structure, once again, this man single-handedly basically created internal world logic and power scaling for fantasy. He is owed so much more fucking credit than he will ever get. Fuck the free world sometimes, because sometimes it's just wrong. And in this instant, I feel it's wrong, because Robert Jordan should be way more fucking known than he is, and it's absolutely fucking staggering to me that he's not. It's a crime. It's a crime of the greatest fucking stature, and I will stand on those 10 toes down any day of the week, like a certain idiot defending. Nah, I'm not going there. It's too easy. It's too easy. Cause I shot my dog. I can't stop. Feel good. All right, I'm done being stupid. All right, so yeah, that's said and done. They were doing some good scenes. There were moments like that. Like I said, he saw the glow because he saw he was Ta'Veren, and while Logain didn't know what it meant, he assumed he was just seeing another channeler. That's why he laughed. He's like, oh man, if only they know what this guy was gonna do. Like, he's way more out there than I am. Like, that's basically how it's perpetrated within the show itself. Pretty good. I wish the show would have gotten to that point where Nynaeve was studying him so we could have had that moment, because it would have been a very nice moment. I would have respected it. But, like I said, I feel this show got it from 3 different directions. Direction number 1, this show got it got it from the fact that there are not enough people who know about the Wheel of Time for it to have been fought against harder. Like, there are a lot. It's a well-known series for what it is in the fantasy world, but to a normal, regular-ass person, more people knew what A Song of Ice and Fire was than people knew the Wheel of Time when the shows were announced. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you just showed a normie the Wheel of Time fucking trailer, a lot of them didn't even know it was based off of a fucking book. But if you fucking showed the Game of Thrones original trailer, everyone knew it was based off of a book. And that's because there were more normies who were into Game of Thrones than, Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is one of those. Like, Wheel of Time is your favorite author's favorite author. Much like how Red Letter Media is your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. Like, Robert's the legend, the great to go to get great. if you know what I mean. Like, you know, you'll have, like, there are certain ones you can argue. It's like, hey, Edgar Allan Poe, fucking Charles Dickens, fucking Mark Twain for my Missourians out there, fellow Missourians, you know, your Robert Jordans, your J.R.R. Tolkien's, fucking Isaac Asimov. Like, there's so many authors, James Orwell, you know, that they have world renown. They will always have world renown. They deserve world renown because of what they did for the medium. But they're also very rarely, except for like maybe Edgar Allan Poe for like my generation, because there are a bunch of fucking emos that would blame, oh, I love Edgar Allan Poe. It's like my favorite. Like, oh. But yeah, and like you'll have nerds who like Isaac Asimov, but you'll not have a normie just come up like, oh, that Isaac Asimov, fucking amazing author, you know, couldn't live without him. No, you'll hear, oh, I can't live without J.K. Rowling. But I bet you, if you ask J.K. Rowling, there's a few authors within the authors that she couldn't live without. And that's the difference. The major difference. And that is why I want to be a proper writer. Sadly, I'm just beginning. Hopefully, as I'm re-releasing my title with under my actual name rather than my stupid fucking old moniker from my childhood, I'm hoping that I can actually find some people on here who actually, you know, read it. Like, I do have, it's an audiobook already. For anyone who is interested, like, for some reason, if you have a stream of your own and you want to, like, react to my fucking audiobook, I will send you the private YouTube fucking link to it, because I would gladly take any feedback before I release the actual sequel to my book. I want to be a better artist. I want to be a better writer. I don't want to be a fucking Rafi Judkin. I want to be a fucking J.K. Rowling. I want to be somebody who looks at the greats and actually tries to build off of what they did. Someone who is willing to stand upon the shoulder of giants, not simply so I can just see further, but because I can see further, if you know what I mean. I'm up here because I need to see further. I'm not up here because I just want to be this fucking a monolith. Or I want to look at what they've done, add it to what I've done, so that I can be better. So that maybe one day, somewhere down the line, the medium can grow. That's what any writer should do. That's what any author should do. What any creator should do. You should be doing this for the sake of not only the medium, but the people out there who want to read it. I want people to enjoy my stories. I don't want people weighed down in bullshit and allegory. I'm very much like Tolkien in that way. Do I have some things that you can argue allegoric in my fucking shit? Yes. Yes, I do. I do have it in there. I have plenty of encoding that I probably don't even recognize because that's just the way it is, you know. But in the end, of all things, I do hope that I actually get better. And that's the key difference. Trying to be better through it all. And, you know, on that note, I will say, it is a shame that the live action couldn't, you know, crawl along until it got to the cleansing of Sidene for me. It could have got canceled after that and I would have been happy. Like, that was one moment I actually did want to see. I forget. I think it was like Joseph Skolak. It's an S name. Sorry, I don't want to butcher your name, dog. When you started off as Rand, it was clear you weren't like the best actor, but you grew into Rand. And by season 3, I actually felt you gave a shit about being Rand. And I was really looking forward to seeing how you would have acted out some of the more interesting scenes later on in the books. I wanted to see exactly how you would have dealt with the cleansing of Sidene. I think it would have been a very interesting thing to watch him go through. While I didn't find Egwene to be the best Egwene, I would have been interested to see if she kept growing like she was doing, because, like, not to be the, bearer of weird news, but, like, she was growing into the character. Like, by season 3, like, especially the moment when we finally got Rand and Egwene allowed to be Rand and Egwene again, like when the two were talking about their relationship and how things are changing between the two, like that, especially when they're breaking apart right before Samael comes in and like ruins like the whole thing with like, like, oh, Louis Tyron with his fucking why'd they make him skull? Why'd they make him a damn skull? Louis Tyron. I'm terrible. If you like a man making bad accents and voices, you've come to the right place. I swear. Like I said, it would have been nice to see his take on that. And if somehow we got to the end, I would have actually probably enjoyed the moment that Egwene and Rand have right at the end together before Egwene moves on. Because if anyone who knows, as I was talking about it before, like Rand did start in the books to understand that he couldn't just push his friends away. He had to let them do what they needed to do on their own. And he did that for selfish reasons at first, and the selfish reasons being he felt the closer they got to him, the worse off they were going to be, like the guy in book 2 that he saw change. Because he saw it go both ways. He saw one person redeem, and it gave him some hope, but he saw how many people got twisted by him, and it scared him. Like Massima and all them, and fucking... But as time went on and he started seeing the people that didn't change and the people that did things for their own, it made more sense to him. And by the time it gets to the end and Egwene dies, she does get the best moment with Rand right before the end, where she just honestly tells him the truth. Don't we deserve a chance to be heroes, Rand? Like that's the moment where Rand finally becomes Rand again. Like up to this point, he's slowly been trying to become... He's been trying to walk the line of being Rand and the Dragon. And in Book 12, he does finally accept that he is Lews Therin as well as the Dragon. And that doesn't mean that, he has to accept all these mistakes, so on and so forth. He can do better. The reason the wheel turns us out again is to give us a chance to live the life we didn't get to live on another turn. The wheel is redemption, and that is the ultimate arc moment. And after figuring out all that and understanding the wheel, he was finally able to realize why he was never really able to push away his friends. Why he had to allow them to do what they needed to do. And Egwene puts it very elegantly, very simply. Don't we deserve to be heroes too, right? And he realizes she's right. They have every right to be heroes, just like him. And it's a little dark, a little beautiful, and I would have actually liked to see that moment between live action Egwene and live action Rand. I would have loved to see the moment when Nynaeve finally realizes she can heal gently. I would have loved to see... Like, there are so many people in the show who I was ready to see their moments. There are plenty I didn't give a shit to see their moments. Like, for instance... Even though Perrin is probably my favorite character in the books, I didn't particularly look forward to the actor doing some of the Perrin scenes from the book. I did like... No, do not get me... I fucking love who they got as Fael. I would have loved to watch that girl be Fael from beginning to end. I was all on board with her as Fael. I was also on board with who they had as Bane and Chiad. I kind of felt a little butthurt that Gaul got fucking basically fridged in season 1. You're not going to convince me otherwise. That guy in that cage was Gaul. That's why they showed the damn stone dog. They just wanted to rub it in. There was somebody in that show hated Gaul. Somebody did. And that's why we couldn't get the moment with Gaul. Which I'll say, not... You need Gaul. Like, you really do. You need Gaul, so I can't, I'm just mad that Gaul got taken away. But on top of all of that shit, even with needing Gaul, the fact that he saved Avienda made damn near no sense. Ain't no way in hell Avienda got caught. And even if Avienda did get caught, she knows she's a channeler. She would have just fucking broken herself out. There! It doesn't work. You can't do the Gaul and fucking parent scene with Avienda. It doesn't fucking work! Especially in season 3, when you show that she can use her powers! Ah! Fucking stupid. I hate it. It's so fucking dumb. Oh, well, yeah, fucking... I was looking forward to some scenes, not others. And the fact that this turned into a Wheel of Time rant, sorry, but I am the lore. I'm a lore guy. That's what I do. Fucking love it. I love breaking down shit, even the shit I hate. Like, you know the kind of shit I would like to do? Like, there's no way in hell it's ever gonna happen. Like, if you could get me on a fucking EFAP or something, I'd be the guy who would gladly try to defend the Acolyte just so I could watch them tear it apart even more. Like, there's no defense in reality of the Acolyte, like what it is, but I could be that bullshitter that I could probably bullshit you into believing that there is a good story hidden in there somewhere. I could probably do it. I'd probably gladly do it. Sadly, though, I'm just a guy. A regular guy. But if by some weird way I ever end up across a table from a fucking critical drinker, a despairer, or some crazy shit like that, I don't know, I'll fucking defend some really stupid shit just because I feel that when... How do I explain this? This is a harder thing to actually explain here. I had a rant in my previous stream. Maybe I'll link it below from my old account. You know, I'm trying to get away from the old account. There was one thing I did say, and the thing I said was basically this. I am very much a guy who believes in the creationism. I believe in the Judeo-Christian creationism just to make it easier, and I'm going to keep it in that line because I just want to keep this more like a logical thing rather than like a philosophical thing. But in that line, I've read other fucking texts of other religions. I have even looked into other religions and how they function. One of them being atheism, and I had like this whole rant, and this rant has been something I've had for the longest. The only reason I ever learned anything about atheism, how it was created and how it was constructed and what it existed, because I was tired of being in college with all these lame-ass motherfuckers that just said they were atheists, not because they actually believed in science and its logistics as a whole, like most atheists do, like true atheists do. True atheists just believe that science is the way, not that strictly all about hating God. Like, and that's what most college idiots who are atheists do. They just do it because they're like, I want to shit on God. I specifically want to shit on the Christian Judeo God, and I want to do it because when I was a kid, my parents are cousins or whatever, clapping back with bullshit rather than actually having a good argument. And that whole like line of things stream from like me talking about science, about how I enjoy looking into science because it gives me ways of creating spells and things in fantasies that ground them into a different sort of reality. Like, for instance, I love looking into quantum physics. I love looking into how singularities are formed. I love how looking into black holes, you know, fucking white hole possibilities. All the things that can be theoretically done with science I like looking into, because if you understand how certain things are formed, say like a black hole, for instance, you can make some very interesting ways of describing a spell about creating a black hole. You can make it very visual, very interesting. You can even use it as like a dramatic irony. Like, for instance, in the beginning of my book, I describe it as a pinprick of black that sucks all things in and warps light around it. Anyone who is here in the normal world who knows anything about black holes knows that, holy shit, this witch just summoned a fucking black hole. She's insane. That's a lot of power. And I do it by leaning upon what we already know a black hole is supposed to look like and what it is looking like in our zeitgeist through media, you know, so on and so forth, however you want to get it. And it allows me later on to, when the character starts to learn that spell, I can have them break down the spell in a way and learn it that makes it understandable why not just anyone could do the spell, but it also allows you to get like a little scientific walk through it. It kind of grounds it in its own reality. You're like, oh, it's not just whipping up black hole out of nowhere. This person has to understand how the black hole functions. And that's more, I'm not going to get too deep into that because that's spoilers for my own book and like the third book, not even like the next book coming out. So yeah, we'll get in the, I hope through all these streams we're able to share some stuff with her, share some stuff together, you know, have some fun. Maybe I'll like do some live readings of current chapters that I have not yet made into an audiobook. Who knows? But I do all hope you enjoy it. And I'm pretty sure I slightly ran off tangent there at the end with the whole black hole thing and the whole logistics of it. But just know, I'm not a simple idiot. Mama didn't raise no simple idiot. She raised a complex fool. And for that, and on that note, I think it's a good time to end. We had 4 hours together. Got to enjoy the stream, and hope y'all come back. Matter of fact, you should come back, because we have some fucking amazing laughs. And next time, we're going to start a new Palworld world. I'm going to just, you know, finish this one offline. I just wanted to, you know, play it again, get a little test. Now that I've gotten the fucking stream tested and working again, I don't have to worry about it being frozen. I don't even know how many fucking views I probably lost from being an idiot. But, you know, here we are. And I'm genuinely shocked that I had 13 views on my first stream here. And I do hope you all come back and have a good laugh with me. Next time, I'm going to redo my rant on Pokemon versus Palworld, because I will be going through it. I will be enjoying all the new things that have changed from my first playthrough. And I feel Game Freak / Nintendo needs to get fucking cooked. So, we're going to do some cooking. And with that,